We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm not going to sing. That's why I have AI doing the singing. Those are my lyrics. I wrote the lyrics, but I mean, good evening is so original. Like I should get like a Grammy for that.
You should. I don't know why you haven't. You know, I look at people who get Grammys now a lot different. So don't get a Grammy, Joe.
And both of my Grammys have passed. So,
Oh, you know, my mom wanted to be called Mom. Hey, y'all, I look rough, but hey, I'm here. My mom wanted to be called Grammy. Whenever I had my son, it was her first grandson or grandchild. And she got a brick at the Millennium Park that they had just, revamped. Actually, they created it, a place for kids to play at the park, downtown. And she bought a brick. It was like $50 a brick. And she put to Zachary, I'm going to say the rest of his name. And she said, my first grandson. And she put love Grammy. And he's like, hey, Mama. He calls her Mama. So it's always the first one the first grandchild, I guess, that, creates that moniker, right, or what everyone else will call their grandparents. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is. Do you remember the victim impact statements in before?
Yeah.
Like her grandma testified about that. Like,
that was cute. I mean, it's very unique.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love
like it went from Nana to Deedle or something like that. Deedle.
Yeah, just unique. Like, okay, I had a Nani. Okay. Thanks, cousin Daniel.
Right.
It is what it is. I'm so glad to hear that, Disney Nerd 85. She said, thankfully, my papa pulled through and is in rehab hospital now. Latest update, as if he can get up and around on his own, they will send him home. Yeah. Godspeed. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes.
Okay. Your turn.
My turn. So speaking of health issues, where am I at? Mm-hmm. Like physically?
Physically, where are you at? You've been traveling, so.
I have been. I am back home again in Indiana.
Okay. Yay.
Yeah. So I was in Kerr County, Texas over the weekend. So that whole trip, starting out here in Indiana, going to Phoenix for Lori's sentencing, then going to Kerr County. So I went to Phoenix. I drove all 25 hours in one straight shot. Boom. 25 hours. Craziness.
You are crazy. That's just straight up crazy.
I took the 13-hour trip or whatever it is from Phoenix to Kerrville. I broke that up into 2 segments just
There
because
you
I'm
go.
like, I'm gonna stop in El Paso for the night.
El Paso is a different looking town. I mean, I just drove through it and I was like, holy crap. There were like 5 different Rosses. I was like, how many Rosses do you need? You know? Actually, Jason pointed that out. He's very astute. um, but how many Rosses do you need, El Paso? Just kidding. You know, I went to Phoenix and everything and never saw one LDS temple. I
What?
mean, I did. I mean, I don't know if I wasn't. I definitely wasn't looking. Um,
I stumbled across one on the back roads of Texas. So
wow.
like once I got to El Paso, so it was the day of the trip from El Paso to
Mhm.
Kerrville. I'm driving on this back road and I come to this town called Thatcher, Texas, and there is an LDS temple in Thatcher, Texas.
Oh, how high was the steeple?
Moroni?
Yeah, he's so
Moroni
high.
was probably 66 feet and 6 inches above ground.
Yeah, that tracks, right? How about y'all? Y'all think that tracks? It's like the higher the hair used to be in the 80s, you know, the closer to the Lord you were. Same concept.
Right.
Oh my
Uh,
God.
but
Speaking
then
of Moroni.
after after my weekend in Kerrville and Kerr County, which was actually very, very enlightening. And I told Megan this, but I don't think I've told you this. Guess where I went to church Sunday morning?
Well, I'm gonna guess the LDS Church.
Yep,
I
I
think you
did.
did now that you say
Did I
that.
tell you that? Okay.
I think. Maybe. I don't, you know, my
Yeah.
short-term memory is really, really bad.
So one of my childhood friends growing up here in Indiana, his older sister, and she and I are kind of close too. She's like a big sister to me too.
Mhm.
She's been in Texas for many, many years, and she moved to Kerrville a couple of years ago. And I didn't know. So I reached out to her on Facebook and I'm like, hey, I'm in Kerrville. Do you know anybody that lives there? And she's like, I live here. And I'm
My
like,
word.
exactly. And I'm like, well, do you know anybody you could introduce me to get an interview? And she's like, come to church and find out. So
Always
I
with
did.
strings
No,
attached.
no, she's sweet.
Good
And
people, man.
honestly, yes, they were so friendly. But you know
Mhm.
what? Now that we have had our discussions, and Megan and I have had our discussions, and all 3 of us have had discussions,
And
my
your eyes are
eyes,
open?
yes, and that's how it felt. That's how it felt Sunday morning, and it was a fast and testimony meeting,
Yeah.
which is
See,
a
it's like you
different.
feel bad because, like, people just look at information, data that is outside of church approved things, and just because it's right to know what you are investing so much of yourself in and your children's spiritual, financial, physical, I mean, all mental, all the things. It's a lot of investment and not a lot of transparency. And I'm not for that. I didn't know I wasn't for that till I learned that there's that thing that exists, and people should have people should have this kind of info no matter what organization you belong to or believe in and put so much of your heart into. It can be harming a lot of other people. And then you find that out and you're like, "Oh, you know, do I wanna." It's no different than Lori's, the family origin of Cox, right? If I'm just saying, if her siblings are contributing to the conspiracy, then they're enabling the killers. And so do you wanna be a part of that, you know? Like, it's just, I don't know, kinda that's how I
Yeah,
kinda see it.
Ada K and I kind of had that discussion
She's so sweet.
when we did our live together at her studio.
Mhm.
Her mantra or her phrase was, Not condemning it is condoning it.
There you go. Or yeah, just I want people to be aware, right? I think that's what we all want. I just want people to be aware of
And
what's going on and not. You taught me this cognitive dissonance thing is huge. It's affects every one of us. In all arenas, okay? Political, um, I don't know all the things, but
social, familial,
religious, I
religion.
mean, educational, I'm sure. Just you kind of get this one thing set in your mind, or it's all you know, or both, and then you hear something that contradicts that, and you're like, no, and you shut it out. So you close your mind off to what's being said or what the facts are, and so it just is very that right there is just a hell of a drug. It's a hell of a drug. It's a hell of a thing.
Well, I hadn't been inside of an LDS church in a long, long, long time. And it brought back memories, but it also helped me to see, now that my eyes are open, that this cognitive dissonance thing, the church uses that to their advantage.
Absolutely.
The leadership, the the priesthood leaders, if you just walk into the service like I did Sunday morning and you meet the wonderful, warm, friendly people that are shaking your hand and saying, welcome, we're so glad you came. And you don't just find that in the LDS church, you find that in a lot of churches. You also find the opposite in a lot of churches. A lot of churches will be like, who's this stranger showing up?
Who's that? They're dark. They're zombies. I mean, come on. I feel
I've
you.
never ran across that in a church.
And
But
is it the church or is it the temple? It's like there's two different things, and that's not something that outsiders really are aware of.
right. So every day, well, every Sunday, and then every Tuesday or Wednesday, and then every morning for seminary,
Every
you
damn
go and
day they line you up.
but you go and you interact with other ground level, like regular human being Mormons, and are like, I love these people. They're great. They love me back. And when a flood happens, we all go out and we help each other and we pick ourselves up by the bootstraps and we all come together to form a team and help out members of the church and help out other people that aren't members of the church. And all the while distracting them from the other thing that you and I talk about and Megan talks about.
Jason says all the time, they don't let the right hand know what the left hand's doing. And it's just this big game. I say game, it's not a game, but it's this big thing about that, you don't. And so, but if you go look on the Widow's Mite website, you'll see that the church only donates oh my God, like a small percentage of the required 10% tithing from people. And I mean, they're wealthy and they only help so like specific organizations. And it's like, well, it just creates like this middleman type thing that I've noticed. You had said that you wanted to talk about adoptions soon, in the future. We will. But it reminds me of Tim Ballard and his Children Need Families organization that him and Catherine had with Janet Russin. They still may have it. I don't know. But they act as middlemen and they find the right adoptive parents for the right kid. It's just they get a lot of money, millions of dollars to do what could be done without them,
Right.
like,
And it's like our government. It's similar to our government in the fact that it is a select few that control that
and
comes in from the majority of us.
benefit from that.
Yes, right.
Follow the money, y'all. Follow the money. Everybody told me that. Follow the money. Follow the money. I do. I have. And that's what I talk about. And then people get pissed off when I tell them where the money led. They're like, no, not so and so. And I'm like, oh my God, cognitive dissonance. Can't worship people, man. That's what it is. You can appreciate what they do and whatever it is you're interested in, appreciate their work, their hard work, merit, things like that, integrity if they have it, things like that. But you just don't. That's my advice. Don't worship people, and you're okay. You can't like be a fangirl or a fanboy.
Yeah,
Just appreciate
it's funny. My brother-in-law, well, now my ex-brother-in-law, but he's still, to me, he's my
it.
brother-in-law. He's almost as close as any of my brothers. Almost. He's a football fan, and he's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And Ben Roethlisberger. Ben Roethlisberger was like one of the most popular players in Steelers history when he was good, and he led them to a Super Bowl championship like within the first few years of being there. And somebody was going to get him a Roethlisberger jersey for like Christmas or his birthday, which are actually really close. And he was like, no. He goes, I never want to have a player's name on a jersey because while they're still alive, they can still screw up and embarrass themselves and embarrass their fans.
Winning.
Roethlisberger did. Like, he had that thing in the hotel room with the manager, and he's like, oh, my cable needs fixed. Will you come to my room and fix my cable, type of thing? And I mean,
I don't know if you want to share
that. You don't know that story?
No, I pulled up a story if you want to share it.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I just need you to allow it.
Oh, no.
Please, I'll say the password. What is it this week? Beetlejuice.
Atlanta Braves rock. Actually, they suck this year, but that's okay.
This is the head coach, Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I crave growth, man. I look for days like this in my life. You know what I mean? Gain understanding, meet new people, see new things, help.
Check the stats.
What we do for a living is an awesome platform to help our community and our country come together. I firmly believe that football has been great to me, man. It's opened my eyes up to things that I never would have imagined. Man, slavery worldwide is unbelievable. If we can't all come together on something like that, we tripping, aren't we? It ain't nothing divisive about rescuing young people.
This isn't a football story. This is a story about a worldwide epidemic. Child slavery, an issue that's important for Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin.
I've never been a sideline guy. In terms of the things I'm involved in, I got to be 10 toes in it. We spend a lot of time talking about how to utilize my passions and interests in the cause in a productive way.
Every time I come home from one of these ops, and we're in 17 countries now and doing these, when I come home and it's like I get shocked when I open my news feed. How is this not the headline every day until it's done?
As Americans, you think this is some faraway thing that occurs other places, but we're the #1 consumers worldwide as we are driving this thing globally, and that's crazy to me.
The men sitting alongside me and Coach Tomlin are part of a group called OUR, which
let's at least stop so we don't get struck.
Right.
But I mean, first off, the way they say that America is the #1 consumer of CP, and how Tim has bragged or admitted to having to consume CP in order to buzz people. And I'm just, anyways, it's really, it just depends on your awareness. Okay. And so at first glance, this is like such a noble cause. And I'm here for it all day, every day. I'm here for saving people from slavery, for sure. And just being aware about it. I was so mixed up in a jump, because I was like, yeah. And then what does HT look like? What is trafficking? I'll say, what does it look like? And I had no idea. But by digging into and not just buying this at face value and just peeking behind the lair, behind the screen, the curtain,
The veil.
the veil, parting the veil. And I was just like, oh my God. And that's also going to play a huge thing into our story tonight about this, the church claiming clergy-penitent privilege, and where they think that when someone confesses their sin, so to speak, to the bishop, that it absolves the bishop from
Responsibility.
contacting police or helping the children victims. It's like,
So
it's
explain
not
to
cool.
me, in layman's terms, the correlation between CP and trafficking.
Well, that's
Because
why
it
that's
is the
one of the
U.S.
reasons they're doing it. That's one of the reasons they claim, like Tim is an anti-trafficker. Okay, he claims to be against people who are actually trafficking people and children, especially. But with money behind him, with Elder M. Russell Ballard, the apostle in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that died on November 12th, 2023. He backed him to start his organization, Operation Underground Railroad, or OUR. And so he teams up with Tim Ballard teams up with people and organizations of like mind, okay, who claim to be of like mind, who go and to these third world countries when it's happening right here. First off, think about that. It's happening right here in the United States. And they're claiming to go to like Haiti and rescue people. But, when you go to look at the receipts, there are none. Zero, zilch, nothing. In fact, there were aftercare facilities claimed by Tim Ballard and Tom Harrison of Visions of Glory. Okay. And I found this out by digging. Okay. You just have to kind of dig a little and make sense of what's kind of being said. Themes, I guess you could say. That's what exposed them to me. And I knew the affiliation between Chad and Lori. But anyways, what they're claiming to do is they're going in and they're helping these vulnerable third world countries. And they say that they team up with the law enforcement there, and they are able to execute these stings and rescue all these children, but there's no receipts, none. And so, knowing how the world is today through my hesitant, open eyes, I didn't know. And so when Tylee and JJ happened, my eyes were forced open, and I've not been able to shut that off because I can't unless I don't have, because I have a conscience, and I can't close my eyes. So that's the grift right there. The grift is, and then there's the movie, The Sound of Freedom, that really convolutes things. It's propaganda. Okay. I'm behind it. I'm all about saving people. But these people have a God complex, a Messiah complex, Captain Save-A-Ho. I don't know. I'm going to say some weird stuff, but they want to save everybody else. And when they can't even save themselves, and it goes back to the church and its missionary program. They're going out to teach and preach and convert people to the religion. But, I lost my train of thought. They're going to preach and teach and save people, basically, because they are taught when you're in the LDS church, through my research, it appears that, they're taught that they're the one true church. The church is true. Joseph Smith is the true founding prophet, that they have a living prophet today, which is President Russell Nelson, who is a skull and bones freaking initiate. Okay. And you got to kind of put these things
Well, this
into a bigger
trickles all the way down to the local wards. So the
Yes.
ward is the smallest local congregation,
Knows the
and
least.
and they believe that their bishopric, the bishop and the
Which
first
Chad was in, by
and
the way.
their first counselor and second counselor, or whatever they call the two that are below the bishop. I don't remember that, but
The ward
those
clerk is what Chad was. He
right,
was in there with the other two, the bishop and whatever you just said.
right.
It's
That
the
they were,
bishopric.
yeah, the bishopric is those three, and the ward members believe they were appointed divinely by God, and that they hold the keys to
Of the entire world.
authority in their entire ward district, not just the LDS, but non-LDS too, that they have authority over them.
Over people. That's
Yes.
interesting that you say that. Like, whoa. That's their thought. Or that's what they were taught.
They speak it out of their mouth.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's just layers and layers of this kind of indoctrination that really, really, really affect the core of this, when everybody's like, they don't belong to us. They not like us. Chad and Lori, what they're doing is not like, obviously what they're doing. I don't believe everybody is doing knowingly. I don't believe that is what is in their heart for sure. But it's in some people's heart, but knowingly, I don't believe they're knowingly, openly doing it. I hope not. But for the most part, I don't believe it's on purpose. It's just like this deep-seated, threaded, multi-layered issue. And you can't just one-off, you can never just talk about this in a one-off. I would love to. And it has overwhelmed me for 6 years of, oh my God, there's so much deception here. But how do you do this? Like, how do you tell somebody that their church is and their leaders are, in my opinion, corrupt from the ground up? They don't
Well,
like
it's when they at the very grassroots level of the local congregation believe blindly that their leadership is divinely appointed and has the keys and authority over them,
Mhm.
then they can be corrupt, and they're not going to know. And I'm not saying that they are corrupt at the ground level, but I'm just saying they could
Oh
be,
yeah,
and
you don't know.
that opens the door for manipulation and all kinds of
Bishop cover-ups, sex abuse, all the things. The trafficking issue, the forgive and forget issue, the clergy privilege or clergy-penitent privilege. It's a hard phrase to say. Um, all these things, and the patriarch is the lead. He's at the head. He has the say so. And I mean, I say patriarch, the prophet, yes, but Chad was the patriarch of his family. He had to say so. Chad is a great example of coercive control. That's just in one little tunnel vision glance. But you open that up and it's like, holy crap, this is huge. And it is a problem. And it's not just an LDS problem or an ex-LDS problem. I'm in Lake Charles, Louisiana, in the heel of the boot. You're in Indiana. It is a problem that affects us all. I'm sorry, but it is. And I wonder sometimes, like, how did it flourish? How did something I believe is so evil and wrong with this, with everything, how did that flourish? And it's business. It's politicking, it's business, it's a theocratic, Utah's a theocratic state, period. End of story. And I was so worried about that right there in Idaho, Southeast Idaho, where Chad and Lori's trials were taking place in a community that was 98% of this mindset. They're 98% Mormons. Good people, but it's like they're all taught to fight the battle of the church and speak for the church. But it's double speak, because it's like the church they never come out and say anything one way, right, or another. It's always just very passive aggressive. They will talk about an issue to a degree, to an extent, without actually calling Julie Rowe out or Chad Daybell out or Tim Ballard. Well, they kind of did Tim Ballard, which was very shocking and very out of normal. But there's even layers to that. There's Gordon Bowen. I'm just jumping real quick. Gordon Bowen, who designed, if you want to pull, I don't know if you have that. Gordon Bowen is named in David Hamblin's daughter's victim statements, not impact statements, but victim statements. They wrote statements, PDF long. I mean, it's 150 pages of just these crazy, out of this world type of abuse, SA, cannibalism, red rum, manipulation, inversion of things. When they say Lord, Jesus, Christ, things like that, they are really talking about Satan and worshiping Satan. Okay. Not openly. It's like this covert way of never being detected. Because when Lori says that she was visited by Jesus, oh, okay. But I know it's not Jesus. Okay. Anyways, Gordon Bowen, who is listed in the victim statements by the Hamblin daughters, they name him as an alleged LDS Church of Satan punisher. Okay. Well, Gordon Bowen designed this Christos brand Jesus right here and was paid I believe Glenn Pecker said it was $20 million for his design here. And he also designed things with Mitt Romney for the 2002 Winter Olympics that happened in Utah, Salt Lake City, back in the day. Gordon and Mitt, they are like buds, okay? But they don't like Tim Ballard. I'll just tell you that. And it's interesting because Mitt, Gordon, and Tim all were mentored by the now late M. Russell Ballard. They claim no relation, Tim Ballard and M. Russell Ballard, which I believe is some bullshit. Okay, I just go and find it. With the way that the church obsesses about genealogy and stuff, I'm like, there's something hidden there. But also, there's a lot of Anderson family name relation. Anyway, it's a very complex story, and see how I'm kind of going all over the place because there's so many layers to this. It will blow your mind. Mine has been blown for years now, and I still don't even know how to tell it correctly or properly, or how do you go about this? How do you tell the truth? How do you follow the money and then expose it? So that's what I think. Yeah, Huggy Bear is huge, and they follow this exact movement, money laundering, like crazy. I would say, it appears, I would say OUR is one of those. Yeah, just one. There's many. Tim Ballard has organizations with called slave stealers. I mean, the names give them away. I'm just like, really? Come on now. It's like it's in plain sight, and we just have to be informed and educate ourselves.
When you have cognitive dissonance, though, you intentionally close your eyes to what is obvious.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Do you remember what I told you about
Probably not.
what I asked you about this particular design?
About the
About the right
Jesus'
breast
nip.
being
The
exposed.
nip. Jesus's nip. He's pulling. I said in response, I was like, it reminds me of when Janet Jackson, her nipple got exposed at the Super Bowl by Justin Timberlake. Remember that shit?
I do. I was
I was
watching
like,
it
I
with my
know.
son, and he looked at me. He looked at me like, "Dad, did I just really see
I
that?"
just saw boob.
Right? I'm like, "Oh no, we're
Oh
gonna have that
Lord.
talk way too
You
soon."
had to have the talk, I was gonna say. Right. How many else had to have that talk with their children because of
But
that?
that's like an artistic thing, like a woman's right breast being exposed in artwork is like a symbol of something. I think the original Statue of Liberty was that way. I think before the
I
French
don't know.
covered
That's
her up for
interesting. Her origins.
decency.
Oh my gosh. The Statue of Liberty origins are cringe. Anyways, we
Anyway,
won't. That's a whole nother day. So I'm gonna look up the LDS design and see. I forgot to do that. Anyway, so Gordon Bowen is who created this. The church sought out an excommunicated member of the church who, like, in my opinion, like Jody Hildebrandt, denies the fact that they are actually attracted to the same sex, but because their religion doesn't allow them to live normal to them, like because they don't accept homosexuality. They've had to live in a tiny little box and find ways to bend the rules, loopholes, if you will. I believe this is how we have the whole soaking phenomenon, which is crazy. It's where you can bend the rules, or at least to practicing LDS Mormons. They're so hard about, the church is so strict about having sex outside of marital relations. So that's why there's that's why they marry young, without hardly knowing each other, without hardly courting each other. It's so quick.
oh,
And like within a week or two or a couple months, they're engaged, and then they're getting married in the temple and taking endowments
that
and
happened
marrying
multiple times. That happened multiple times in Lori and Chad's story. That was Alex and Zulema, and that was Melanie and Ian. Both got married very quickly, right?
David and Melanie too.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, we have a question for you.
What is it? I'm not on that screen.
Soaking.
Oh, you have to Google it. I challenge you. It's our Google challenge of the week. Okay. And I'm sorry, and may God have mercy on your soul. Try not to laugh too much. It's very cringe, and I'm not laughing. I mean, I am laughing because it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous, but it's because these people have been uninformed, misinformed, pressured, put into a pressure cooker without even knowing you have to be perfect. You have to look perfect. We know that they're not perfect. Okay. They don't know that, but we do. And they're not a very diverse group of people. They're very insular people. They network with other inside people, other Mormons within the religion. Once you become an apostate or an ex-Mormon, and you're cast into outer darkness in your afterlife, that's equivalent to a Mormon hell. Is outer darkness, being alone by yourself, not participating in the eternal family program. I mean, it's their expectations of afterlife. What they're taught is to be a forever family, and it looks beautiful, but it's not.
It's not just what
more
they're taught.
families.
It's what they believe. It's what they believe. Like, you will be a god someday, and if you are sealed to your wife in the temple, you will spend the rest of eternity populating a world.
That Lori has said this in her allocution statement in Idaho. She said that her and Tammy were. She said Tammy is my how'd she say that? My forever or eternal friend. That type of thing. Spiritual wifery also plays into the. It's so layered, y'all. It's so crazy. I mean, how many things did we talk about already where and it just builds and builds. It's layer upon layer and precept upon precept. And I'm using those words specifically. You know, there's so many things intertwined.
Mm-hmm. Does it rain? Nailed that. You will be a god is the lie of the serpent in the garden.
There you go. I mean, don't they have the movie thing that they play inside the temple, where it's like well, they used to have it where they acted it out, but now you can go look up New Name Noah, and he has shared and exposed the things that happen inside of a temple. They're very occultic, satanic, even Freemason. I mean, it's just layered with. I mean, it's laced with Freemasonry rituals. You just kind of have to. You have to dig into everything. Okay, I'm like, I don't. Okay, I know about Freemasonry. I've heard that word, but I don't know. And how does that play into this? Well, Joseph Smith, the founder of the church, was a Freemason, and he was like not just a Freemason, but he was like he went all the way up to a 33rd degree. 33rd degree master mason in a day or two. And I'm just like, what even does that mean? Like, okay. And then he stole, allegedly, a lot of the Freemasonry lodges rituals, and he incorporated those into what Lori and Chad did in the temple today or in 2018, 2019, and it's just like, what the F is really going on here? It's a lot. And its founding prophet is a magician and a treasure digger, and he used a seer stone, and he had a Jupiter's talisman, and here's Chad with a flipping pendulum deciding whether my family lives or dies. It's mind-blowing. So, of course, he doesn't think he did anything wrong. I mean, why would he? Makes you really think about things.
So this is in the Church History Museum in Salt Lake City.
Oh, wow. I mean,
Joseph Smith's papers. So we have journals.
Yeah, the what do you call those things? The hieroglyphics or something?
I don't know.
I forget what they're called. Sorry. I'll remember.
So we have
did you know that it just reminded me of, I remember this, and it's just one of those icky things that I'm like, oh yeah, that's what that is. Because like, okay, I'm gonna say the Hamblin daughters, they accused the guy who created that brand emblem of Jesus Christ that the church uses today. Paid him lots and lots of money for that. Whatever. Everybody deserves money for their living, I guess. Like, I get it, but that's who they sought out to create that. And they accused Gordon Bowen of making them, while he was torturing them, they allege that he also had human skins. I don't know. I'm just here. But they, like
okay,
they saw human skins.
So what you're going to do right now is you're going to challenge some people's cognitive dissonance. So where did this information come from
From the victim statements.
From the victim statements. Okay.
From Utah Grandma, like a FOIA release. Yep. I have the entire case file. It's hard to publish it. A lot of people have not shared it openly because they come at you more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times. Okay. Because they're bullies. This is how this works. These are rings, not just one-offs, like Lori and Chad, okay, well, we stamped that out then. No, we did not. We just barely touched the surface. There's so many people in the same ring who are doing the same things. Maybe not to the degree they did, but it's somewhere in there. Trust me. Same thing with Diddy, Epstein, with what I believe Hamblin is just, I believe Hamblin is, and Tim Ballard, this whole ring that my family was murdered out of is the Mormon version of P. Diddy. It's just Mormon themed. And then it's even more closed off because not everybody is a Mormon. The Mormon people that are the Mormons, they're in denial. They're not going to accept that it's happening. There's the people on the outside, they consider, I guess, fringe or conspiracy because my family was murdered. I'm blaming the church. This is how these things are spun. And it's like, what? And then there's the people who aren't Mormon who've been following this case, maybe who are in here right now, who have eyes to see and have opened them, like all this has opened their eyes to, holy crap, no, this is what's going on all around us. A lot of these murders, they convict killers who aren't guilty. It's mind control. It's so many layers of mind control. And I'm like, what? That sounds so crazy. What? We're now like, I'm looking everywhere too, but I didn't have to look far. And in fact, I tried to avoid it because I just didn't want to know anything about it. But no, I needed to learn because it affects me too. It affects you.
Right. And when you go into these things, I feel like you go into these things to learn for yourself. You want to know the facts. You want to see the receipts, but then you can bring those receipts to other people.
I'm trying. I'm not very eloquent with this part of it. So,
right. But at some point in time, like somebody like me looking at somebody like you, I'm like, you've brought enough receipts that if you tell me that those came from the victim impact statements, I don't need you to whip those out right now and show them to me.
I can though, but I will.
I know you can. I know you can, exactly. But so finish telling that story though about Gordon Bowen and the skins, because not everybody here has heard it, and it's a disgusting. Glad. So trigger warning, but she brings receipts. Kresha's bringing the receipts like she did in her victim impact statement to Judge Boreski. You brought the receipts. You brought receipts.
It's so, and it's cringe. I was cringing saying the things, I was like, oh. Just saying the things.
I think my favorite phrase from that was side piece.
That's their side piece. Somebody said that meant some people call their pew-pews that. And I was like, no. Okay, I didn't know that though. But it's her side piece. She's his concubine. He's her side piece.
That cracked me up. It did, like in the moment. I was like, side piece.
Chin, 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 chin. That's what I think of, just all the chins. Chad comes in like 5 minutes after his chins do. Peter Griffin. Well, okay, so it all goes into this necromancy type stuff. So Gordon Bowen,
the girl. Speaking of Chad and necromancy, what was Chad's profession?
Grave digger. He ain't nothing but a grave digger. Okay. All right. She's a gold digger. He's a grave digger. And both.
But this necromancy story is not about Chad. This is about the guy.
Kind of. I believe that they're all in the same kind. They're loosely associated. Okay. Now I don't know about Chad and so much David Hamblin, but Chad's connected to Tim. Tim's connected to M. Russell Ballard. Tim's connected to and then M. Russell Ballard's connected to Mitt Romney, connected to Gordon Bowen, and Elder Ballard connected to Gordon Bowen. Looks at him like a prodigal son. But in these statements, the girls claim that Gordon Bowen had these human skins that were some partly stitched together. They were forced to wear them while they were being R-worded as punishment, or not really punishment, as I'm trying to think of how it was said. Okay, just know it was like their dad messed up in the LDS Church of Satan organization that's within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, amongst their wolves in sheep clothing, basically. And they were forced to wear these human skins while they were being R-worded and tortured. And it was payment because their dad had messed up in the eyes of of the inverted organization. And it was like an offering. It was like, here, here, I messed up. So have your way with my daughters, who I prostitute out anyways. That's basically what they do. And so there were these human like skins that they had to put on, even the facial part that still had hair in them. Okay. And that they were told that the skin still had the person's spirit inside of them. I've seen that on more than just that one story. They said there were other stories in these victim impact or victim statements that will horrify you. Okay. I mean, that's like, we don't need to know all the details. That's I think what makes us shut off. Where we're like, no, that is so crazy. There's no way that could happen. Where's the bodies? Where's the proof that you were R-worded? What are you going to do? You're asking somebody, a child who was raised like that. Like, I commend them for just even speaking out. Okay. And then the total failure of judicial system that continues to fail them 30 years later is disgusting. And it's just a drop in the bucket of all the other ones. Okay. It's
Speaking of, what is the new one that you have to share with us?
Mm-hmm. Well, just to go back on what I just said, there's President Hinckley, who once had that. I don't know what it's called, maybe a scepter or something. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it was like this walking cane, but it's made of like dead people or dead something. I remember seeing an article about that along the way. I remember seeing the Hiram Smith and Joseph Smith's faces. I forget what they call them. The dead faces, basically. It's the same thing as what the girls are claiming Gordon did, making them wear dead people's stuff, their skins, even. Okay, so it's no different, is what I'm saying. It's a way that they can parade this out in our faces, and we're like, oh wow, that is so cool. It's ancient, it's old. It's in a museum. No. That's so sadistic and so gross. I got to look it up though, like in order to show you what I'm talking about.
Museum.
Okay.
I started to show this and I didn't finish. So it says journals that are in Salt Lake City. So you had Ohio journals, Missouri journals, Illinois journal, Nauvoo. That's Nauvoo is Illinois. Record book containing his first Nauvoo journal, second Nauvoo journal, first volume of Joseph Smith's second Nauvoo journal.
I'm just like, that doesn't mean nothing to me. When I heard all that, I was like,
right. The LDS are big into journal keeping, though. Big.
Right. Where's Tammy's journal?
Mm.
Where's Tammy's journal?
Narrative history, blah, 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 blah. Guns in possession of Joseph and Hiram Smith at Carthage Jail, 27th of June, 1844. That's interesting.
Freemason.
They weren't swords, they were guns. And here we go. Joseph Smith's Masonic apron. Oh
yeah, the green one. Chad and Lori's favorite color, which was brought out in Lori's trial, was green. Raphael was it's like these themes. I don't quite have them figured out yet, but Tuesdays, green themes. I'm sorry, not themes. Raphael. I mean, there's 7 archangels, there's the 7 colors of the rainbow, you know, there's all the things. And so it's symbolisms of something. It means something to them. I'm just trying to figure it out. But
So this apron probably has a little bit of symbology in it. Maybe.
yeah. I mean, if you think about it, like whenever they body cam footage revealed the black and white checkered floor where my uncle was murdered, I was just like,
Oh,
I mean,
oh
how
my
do you
God.
explain that? I also noticed in the Delphi, one of the Delphi, the fire
The
that
floor
killed the
floor. The floor
children
floor.
there when they were tearing that house down, checkered floor. It's just something I don't know. My brain just kind of collects it now. And I mean, I don't know what it means in the grand scheme of things. I just know that it exists. Okay.
Check out this star right here on this apron. It's not up and it's not down. It's not upside down. It's not right side up.
Not
It looks
inverted.
like it's about 33 degrees off of
Ooh,
north.
that's interesting. Is that a
That's
heart
very,
up there right above it? A
yeah,
heart?
right here. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm like, man, you can't have it all, you know. Can't. And
So you,
so Tim Ballard has a book, and he claimed to have written it. It's called The American Covenant, and it had Mormonism speak in it. It had Mormon speak in it. So he was basically only appealing to a Mormon audience. Mormons claim they're Christian, and I'll let y'all have that debate. I don't think so, but then Russell Ballard was like, "Hey, let me have that, and I'm going to strip all the LDS terms out of there, all that language, all the Nephi and layman and all that stuff that people don't know about on the outside of this place." And he rewrote it. Elder Ballard, not Tim. He rewrote Tim Ballard's book, or helped him do it. And then they did it to where it would appeal to a wider audience, a wider potential missionaries. Okay. That's what M. Russell Ballard's job was to generate interest in the church, to convert, people to Mormonism, which if you look at it now, this is something I kind of landed in, and it's weird. I hate it, but here we are. And so I'm going to share that experience with you, or things from that experience, where I noticed that on top of the temples, there was Moroni, the angel on the top of the temple. In my uncle's body cam footage, he's talking to, I don't remember her name, but Rob, Marion
Officer
Rob.
Rob. Yep.
Yeah. And he's like, "You LDS," because he's freaking out. Nobody understands what he is talking about. The officer the night before was like, "Man, they don't let me in there." Oh no, that was the next day. But he was like, "I'm not LDS. I don't know what you're talking about." And he's like, "I know." And it's just, oh my God, that worked against him. There they are. Yeah. And so, when that's Moroni on top of the temple, she was like, "Oh, Moroni, top of the temple." Yeah. And now the church uses on Google Maps, they've taken the Moroni figure down, which they've used previously in Boy Scouts of America. And that whole, when they were branding, because like the Catholic Church could not put a cross on the Boy Scouts of America stuff, but the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints could put the angel Moroni. Okay. They were cross branding, and it brought them more converts, more little boys, if you will, however you want to look at it. I don't know, but it's pretty gross how that happens. Where was I going with that? Oh, so it's weird to see that the church is pulling back on their Moroni symbolism, the symbols on Google Maps, and they preached against people in their congregation using crosses for Jesus. And I found out the other day that Jehovah's Witnesses do the same thing. And I'm like, what the hell? But Christians, they use crosses. Just know that they're going towards the swastika again. Just know that. Okay. I don't know how to explain it and get you there, but I just know that's where they're going with it. Which is like the church of the process church of the final judgment, which is so, it's so deep, y'all. It's so deep. the Process Church of the Final Judgment is linked to Charles Manson. It's linked to the Son of Sam. It's linked to the Scientology Church. It's like this underbody. It's like as above, so below. But you see the Scientology Church, but over here, it's like that's what's really running it. It's crazy. At least that's my understanding. Thank you, Huggy Bear. Okay, so I've been validated. It's wild. I would love to dig in your mind, Huggy Bear. I would. You're welcome to come on anytime. It's crazy. And so they say that cults are a cover for something far, like really heinous going on. To like, here you go. And they're the fall guys, like I say the fall guys. Lori and Chad are always, and they're never not going to be responsible. They're always the reason why my family is dead, why their family is dead, while the kids, like that, they're the core persons responsible for my family's murders and for Joe, I believe, and for Tammy. Okay. However, remember the conversation between Lori and Chad, jailhouse. She was in jail. It was the day before the kids were located in his backyard. Ray Hermosillo was like, he's trying to talk her out of opening her mouth. I don't pick up on that. That's his interpretation, and he's an investigator. He knows more than I do. Okay, I do. But I've also dug a lot more into this hidden occult, the meanings, what this really means, like the symbolism, like what's being said, how there's really secret ceremonies going on in the church that have never stopped. They never stopped believing in polygamy, if you ask me. They've continued to practice it in this secret manner. And you have people like Denver Snuffer who broke away from the church after that, but continue to so people in the church are like, he's a prophet, and then he's just like, what? It's so crazy to watch. Same thing with Chad and Lori. I believe the same thing with Ursula Barron. I believe the same thing with the Lafferty brothers. I believe the same thing over and over and over again. And that's why you have so many branches and offshoots of Mormonism specifically.
So let's just talk cults in general. And I'm going to go back to where you were when you first heard the word cult, and you said to Larry, well, they haven't killed anybody.
Charles Manson didn't kill anybody.
Right.
Oh my God. His eyes, if looks could slap you, they did.
So let's relate like Chad and Lori to Jim Jones and the Jonestown Massacre. So that was definitely a cult, right? But nobody died until everybody died.
But I don't really know much about that, to be honest. Like I know about it. I don't know the specifics of it though. I don't know that about the Heaven's Gate, but it just seems like the same theme over and over and over again. But, and it goes back to, for sure, the government bodies, like the CIA. And you have to know that, like, in Mormonism, the church is very, very connected to that organization. Very. Yeah, that's exactly why. And there's people like, and they're put in these specific roles to convolute, to misinform, to stop people from looking further than Chad and Lori or them, and if if Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski ends up being charged and held accountable, so be it. And in the bigger picture sense, like, so be it. Oh, well, it's like better them. It's better one man should perish than a whole nation, whatever. I'll eventually memorize it. Dwindle in unbelief. Okay. I mean, and Mike Lee, he's a U.S. senator who speaks the same shit. He drops these these dog whistles like Glenn Beck does, the Constitution's hanging by a thread. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We don't have a white horse prophecy. And they're like, we disavowed that, just like we disavowed blood atonement, just like we disavowed polygamy. It's all a ruse. Okay. Anyways, if you
So
want to know.
So my mind is just wandering down this cult trail. If you're a member of a cult and you don't know you're a member of the cult, how do you get out of the cult before you drink the Kool-Aid?
I think you've already drank the Kool-Aid, first off. So just rebuke the Kool-Aid. Just find out, how do you get... now that I don't know because I've never been in, but I've seen enough where people... you even have to remove your name from the rolls of the church so they'll stop including you. Although I don't trust their numbers anyways. I don't trust people who have these secret ceremonies and say different things out of both sides of their mouths. So I already just I'd have to value what they say in order to for it to mean anything to me, because I've read so much. I've looked into their past. I've looked into why they're there, things they've done, allegedly. I mean, all these things. And I'm just like, nobody was like, hey, they're bad. They're dark. Don't like them. They're zombies. Okay. That's not what I did. I went and looked for myself because I'm like, in the beginning of this, like you said, when I said that ignorant thing, like Manson didn't kill anybody, I was like, oh my God, I have got to, this is now I need to figure out why Larry didn't receive that very well. He knows something more than I do, obviously. And I think that we all say ignorant things without even knowing what we are saying. It's just the general understanding that we grew up knowing or learning or being told, basically.
Right. And that's on the outside of the cult looking in, but from the inside of the cult. So
Again, are you?
So
You have to
with the Jim Jones and the Jonestown massacre, before everybody drank the Kool-Aid, literally drank the poison Kool-Aid.
It's actually Flavor Aid, if you want to know.
Okay, whatever it was.
People don't know.
They moved from their homes in the United States of America to Guyana, South America. So there is almost always an intermediate step, I would think, where there's a self-check that's like, is this... normal's not a good word because normal is relative and it's subjective. But I mean,
going consensus, I guess, or whatever.
Right. So was there a step for... I mean, Melanie Gibb in all of her interviews, she's like, well, I believed it, but I didn't believe it 100%.
Is the most wishy-washy hooker I've ever seen on camera.
Did she believe it enough to move to Guyana? Would she have moved to Guyana? I think she
sure
said
hell did. She was there. She was there while JJ was red rummed. She was, I believe, there when Tylee was red rummed. But that's like the things. It's like, okay, so we come to know these things, but nobody went further than that to question further than that. So the rest is up to fill in, and I can't say for sure, but it appears that she just did. Now that's another thing that goes on with this lying for the Lord thing that Joseph Smith even did. Okay. And he had his adherents do this too. Lie for the Lord. We don't practice polygamy. Okay. If they say they did, then they would not become part of the United States of America, the statehood. They would not be able to bleed the beast. That's why that expression is even used, bleed the beast, because they're taking revenge silently against the United States of America for not allowing them to practice their religion. Do you understand here? It is like this deep-seated covert war that I don't believe. I'm just looking at it as an outsider and I'm being very broad, but it looks like they are taking revenge by, look at the FLDS and how they have all their wives on welfare, bleeding the beast. That's the beast. They're bleeding our tax money and bleeding the beast. They're taking revenge for not being able to practice openly their belief in polygamy and so on. It's like a deep-seated war against its very nation that we share, that vote and have the right to vote and are also influenced to vote a certain way. It's a whole lot of influence or coercive control, and a hell of a lot of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So Melanie Gibb is that odd creature to me.
Yeah.
That the coercive control thing existed with Chad and Lori. They used coercive control, but people, and allegedly, in my opinion, people like Melanie Gibb allowed themselves to be coercively controlled.
And they also do it to everyone around them too. Remember when Melanie said, "I don't know how to manipulate people," or something. It was something along those lines.
Yep.
And I was like, "What? You are actually being manipulative in your speech right now. Like, you are saying words that are so manipulative. It's unreal."
So she is one. She would have moved to Guyana, but
Mhm.
she would have said, so in her police interview about moving to Guyana and following this call, she would have been like, "Yeah, I moved there, and I handed out a few glasses of Flavor Aid, a few cups of Flavor Aid, but I didn't drink it myself."
Right, not 100%. She might have just took a sip, but it didn't quite kill her. She wouldn't admit it if it did. She would. Not 100% at least, you know. You can never say wholeheartedly anything, and Melanie Gibb in the same sentence. You can't.
Right.
She also had dubbed her husband Dark. She used a different kind of language. She didn't call him a zombie. She didn't call him dark, but she said he had darkness in his eyes. That's according to the brother of her. That's her ex-brother-in-law who said that.
So
In
before
our
she married the David,
Yeah.
whatever,
Yep.
the guy who had horrible nightmares.
That would be JJ's murder is what was going on. He just put it into a form that can't be used against him in a court of law.
Wow.
It's manipulation and lies, omission, and this. They use the words of scripture, even their own scripture, especially their own scripture, and they pervert it even more than it already is. And then they never, you never see the Book of Mormon being mentioned in news articles. So yeah, they might say LDS man killed blah 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 in the headline, but it says that they use the Bible to justify it. That's not true. That's not true. And this is where I also have a beef with East Idaho News and their storytelling. That's just me though. I'm not asking anybody to pick a side. Like, I'm just sharing what it's like to go through this and know something different than what's being said. So it's a way of whitewashing and writing the narrative.
Well,
And
that's
not
the only
true
way.
to the victims.
That's the only way to stick a fork in the blender that is cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Is
Oh, it was the Bible. That's what believing Mormons are thinking. Well, she just twisted it. We don't do that, but you only use a certain King James version of the Bible anyways, that's also used in Freemasonry. And then it was translated correctly. Okay. And I'm using like the most hideous air quotes back here. You can't see. You should have. But I mean, just
as
to
it's translated
translate
correctly.
the Bible correctly, so long as it's true, whatever. That's Joseph Smith. That's a narcissist saying the Bible is not correct, which I mean, I believe, I agree. It's just prophetic dreams, okay, from people who existed allegedly a long time ago. And then
Well,
people have used these words to manipulate and twist and get people to do what they want. And if they don't, they damn them, they throw them out, they ostracize them. They're not cool anymore. You know, like you have to contort.
oh,
You have to conform.
living
Yeah,
life.
except for the Marriotts. They
Right. Well, the Marriotts. Right. Marriotts.
were on Epstein's list, by the way. I saw that with my own 2 eyes, and it was, out a long time ago, and, I'd have to I mean, I could find it. I don't have it right on hand. I'm sure I have screenshots of it, but because that's where I found John Huntsman Jr. also. And
That again.
I'm not
Remind
the
us
only
who
one.
that is again.
Oh god, I'm not very good at this, but John Huntsman Jr. and the Huntsman family, they were really close with the leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So was Howard Hughes, and that's so interesting. It's so interesting the connections. Like I want to try to outline live streams, where I can talk about this intelligently, educated. Right now, I'm just kind of picking from all kinds of places. Um, but it's these connections, and like you have pictures of M. Russell Ballard shaking the hands with Bill Clinton or the Pope. Okay. The Mormons were of the belief that the church, the Catholic Church was the whore
Hmm.
of Babylon. But now it's like the joke's on us, by the way. None of us are allowed. We're just funding them. Okay. That's the thing. It's like watching through all this, through just researching into what Chad and Lori believe and or don't believe, what they practice and what they don't practice, led me into this, oh my, like this realization of my own world, and has shattered my own world beliefs over and over and over again. And I've just come to the conclusion that, I mean, and I'm not finished concluding. So I'm not going to say I'm here and this is where I'm staying. My mind is open. I'm very open to how this works, or what the truth is. Um,
Well, maybe you
yeah.
should
Long
go to the
story.
next fast and testimony meeting if your mind's still open.
Look, when I went to Salt Lake City to visit my friend Jen and Michelle, her wife, they brought me downtown to the, I forget the mall. I forget the name of it, but it's the church's mall that they paid a lot of money to build, um, through tithing money, I believe. And so Jen went into the Apple store to go get her computer looked at, and I could not physically go in. Like I was having panic attack upon panic attack, and I mean, I was just, and I mean, anyways, I'm just real sensitive to these kind of things, and so I come to find out that we weren't far from the Salt Lake Temple, and I'm like, oh, my body must have been like, I rebuke it, I don't know, it just. I was not right. And then it took me a while to settle down, going back to their house and getting my grounding again. Like, I don't know if I could step foot in one. Jason wants to go tour them, but I don't. I'll just listen to his
I,
stories.
people like expressed worry for me, concern for me going, and I was like, I'll be fine, and I was fine. It didn't bother me at all. It didn't phase
You went
me.
to the temple?
Well, I haven't gone in one since I was a member, which was a long, long time ago. I'm talking about just the everyday chapel that I went to on Sunday.
Yeah. So your church meeting house.
Yes, right. The
Which
local.
Chad had keys to, by the way. I'm just saying.
Right.
And Alex lied in wait.
This one was a trip for me, though, going into that particular building, because it was an older building that hasn't been updated. And it reminded me of the one that I went to when I was a kid. Like the layout of it was almost identical to the one that I attended when I was a kid. And it just it brought back so many memories. But it also going in there with eyes that have been opened more over the last 6, 8, 10 months. I saw like the last hymn that we sang. I didn't sing the last hymn that they sang, and I watched the words in their hymnals, because they have very nice hymnals. And you open the page, you sing the hymn. A lot of churches do that, but it was, "We shall wield the sword, the mighty sword of truth." Was
wow, their truth is what that
means.
means.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like that was just like, whoa, what are we talking about wielding a sword here for?
Why is there so much violence? Like there is. Anyways, and so you look at it as an outsider, I looked at it as it's being perverted, and then I'm like, or is it? But it's also ingrained. You wonder why there's the Danites, why there's the oh my gosh, what's the name of the new people? The modern day Danites, I guess you could say. Deseret, somebody will say it. Desert Rain, maybe. If Megan is in here, I don't know. What do they call them? I'll think about it. But they go after, they're online. If you make a post on Twitter that opposes their view, then they are harassing you like a mofo. It's the modern day Danites, basically. I know it's, Desnat. Thank you. Des Nation, Deseret Nation is what it's a nationalist. It's like a hate group. Desnat. Thank you, Huggy Bear. And Desiree. Yeah. I don't know. Gaddy Anton, basically. Yeah, Donna says Gaddy Anton. And because I was very interested in that because of how Chad and Lori used that to describe Brandon, that we're going to, it's in taking down the Gaddy Antons. That's what they were doing. Okay. Whether it be by zombie, same thing. It's the same effing formula, different terminology, pop culture. It's all
Right.
it is.
And once again, to the point that I made earlier about the everyday grassroots level member of a local congregation is going to sing that hymn and not think anything of it.
Nope. It's a beautiful hymn.
Yeah. But then you have Jason Mao, who wrote his stories about the warrior ethos. And he had influence over Lori. He supposedly was. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, I was going to add that, that he is sought out by people like Serena Sharp, who had him. She wrote him and she asked if he would go speak at her youth age children's ward about his warrior ethos. And there's actually a lot of schools in Arizona who are charter schools, meaning Mormon approved. Okay. To teach their kids about the Mormon ethos, which is, I would say, does not initiate, you know what I mean? Like it's an initiation into that kind of thinking. Those principles, that rhetoric, and so it reminds me of how Lori also wrote Jason Mao, asking him, I forget exactly what it said, but it's the same thing that we saw whenever Lori asked Chad. She wrote him an alibi, basically, to go speak at a youth conference in Houston, which was actually where Uncle Charles moved to get away from her ass. And then she had to go, quote unquote, get his finances in order. Okay. That's the only reason she went. And she drug her daughter there too. Just through the ringer, I swear. Anyways, but that's what they do. And you don't, like teaching Colby that he didn't have to pay bills and stuff. Just, it doesn't matter anyways. You can't take it with you. When the society crashes, doomsday happens, F it. Your credit score won't matter. Anyways.
Well,
It now works for the seminary where he's on the church payroll. And he was in this cult.
Right.
So much that they got buccal swabs from him.
And he's supposedly Moroni that gave her the priesthood in the temple.
No, I don't believe that. We're just assuming
you don't
that.
believe it? Okay.
No, we're just assuming that. That's a story that was spun by Melanie Gibb and David Warwick.
Really?
And I'm not buying it. Yeah. Huh. It was let out by some people who knew them, who basically were taking notes of what was being said. They published it on Reddit, on Mormon Reddit, and then it was taken down, and then it was posted under Lori's subreddit, under Lori Vallow subreddit. And it's redonkulous, and some of it was missing. But I want y'all to know that that same thing, that the same email that was spewed all over Reddit that came from David and Melanie was also an outline that Nate Eaton sent to my mom, like right around the time that he was interviewing Melanie. It's the same outline. So I'm like, where did he get his outline? Like what? But it's different a little bit, but the same thing with the people who took the notes. You can go watch on Hidden True Crime, who took the notes. They actually did interviews and everything. So I'm not throwing shade on them. I'm just saying, like, all that came from Melanie and David, who were spinning the story, who were creating the alibi out, like, with what was publicly known. And they were able to do that. And I believe the same thing for Audrey Baratero. Now, I watched this in real action, real time, when Audrey Baratero testified on my birthday at Lori's trial. I showed up right after she got off the stand, so I didn't get to see her, but I heard it, and no, I didn't. I didn't hear it. But KJ was reading the tweets. That's how I knew. So, that were coming from Nate Eaton. I'm just saying. Nothing. I don't know if there's anything nefarious there. I'm just saying, like, you have to consider the sources of the information. But anyway, so I didn't believe Audrey Baratero. I think what she said made people like my mom and dad say, "Oh yeah, that's the Lori we know who murdered our grandson and her brother, my nephew and my uncle." I get it, but I also know how this, or I was learning at the time how this kind of operates. How these kind of groups operate, and how they have different roles, and how they are able to create a narrative outside of public knowledge, and they all act like they're being persecuted and nobody has done the right thing. And, besides Janelle, like, that is the only person who was remotely close to the situation who has shared her truth. And I adore her for that. Like, I wish, how many people are involved, and only one person who was kind of associated loosely has come out and said, yeah, I know she's not, there's other people who have done interviews. I'm just saying, it's astonishing. It's appalling. It's mind-blowing how there's dead children and everybody's so busy playing hot potato and nobody takes accountability, even Lori Vallow Daybell.
Or the church.
Or the church. No, instead, they go and narrate it. They go throw themselves into it. They insert themselves if they weren't already inserted, which I've asked, I'm like, why would they insert themselves right now in this unless they were involved already? Like, let me control the narrative. They're all about controlling the narrative. You can see so many times of this. I even remember whenever the stuff was hitting the fan about Tim Ballard, and the church spoke out whenever his name was Russell Brunson. He spoke out about how he was like, oh no, Elder Ballard is who contacted me, told me to invest in OUR. And then the church got ABC4 News to pull down the whole damn story. And I'm like, damn. And that was quick. Like, you got to be quick. Or they will 404 scrubbing bubbles. Yeah. How many things are linked to the church or that are quoted that, in news stories, and you go click the link and it says 404 error. And I'm like, nothing ever, they never keep it up. They're dirty deleters. They'll go and delete comments and make you look, they'll gaslight you in that sense and make you believe you're just, look at you going off here in the comments. Why are you doing that? That's what I'm saying. It's very covert, very narcissistic, very deceptive and manipulative, and nobody ever holds accountability. Plus, a lot of these creators who do this kind of stuff on YouTube, TikTok and stuff, they'll go and delete all of the negative comments. And I'm like, oh, it's happening on Adam and Rex's right now. on that AI. I saw it.
They're deleting their negative
I
comments.
mean, because I know there's so many people in our community who have watched the video, who were in the live stream, who were like, "Oh no!" And I mean, I only saw one comment that was like, one out of all the other ones that are puff pieces, puff comments. You know, they make them feel comfortable. That's how they view themselves. And so, one comment out of all of them, I was like, "Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure." I would say more than one person went and commented. If I'm not a betting woman, but if I was, I'd bet the temple.
Just the gold on the statue at the top.
If it even is gold, Joe. I mean, come on now.
That's what we were led to believe growing up in the church, that it's real gold.
Weren't we? I remember learning that it was gold plates, but they're really brass. So there you go.
But aren't there two sets of plates? Aren't there a brass set of plates and
allegedly? I don't know. I will only like.
So the brass plates came from that King Laban or whatever his name was, that Nephi went back and cut off his head and took his plates. Those were the brass plates.
That's Nephi and Laban ending right there, basically.
Yes, exactly. Yep. That's so funny that came up.
Has nothing to do with Mormonism, though.
Right. Yeah. That's nothing. So not funny, haha, but funny.
There's no such thing as Mormon true crime. What? You guys are crazy.
It's like one of the biggest true crime stories in the modern era. And we have the prosecutor talking about Nephi and Laban, and then the defendant representing herself getting up there and trying to defend that talk about Nephi and be like, well, there's like 4 Nephis.
Yeah, it's just for inspirational quotes. Yeah. Silly, crazy anti-Mormon. That's really what she's saying. You know? Maybe Judge Bresky isn't from that background. You know, I was kind of thinking that maybe he kind of like Judge Boyce, you know, just because I don't know. I never asked Judge Boyce directly. I never heard or read anywhere where he said it directly. But I mean, I was like, okay, he's got to be from that, you know, because I mean, they were closed here, you know, sealed hearings. And it's weird. And I say that because I was listening to people who are experts in this who were like, you know, and so when they're starting to close out transparency, like Judge Gall, okay, and other people, I'm just like, what are you really doing? Like, to me, that just increases the questions and the conspiracy theories that people have to come to in order to make that jive in their minds, because you're shutting it down when it needs to be just busted wide open. Like, what if you have nothing to hide, let it all out, you know?
Have you heard anything about Judge Gall's possible ties to Freemasonry? Like maybe
yes, she said he's maybe an Eastern Star, which makes me think about Nancy James, Nancy Payne James. She was a Payne, which you'd have to go look at the 13 bloodlines, the main families, and Payne is one of them. And I'm like, oh shit. I don't know. I didn't directly trace her back, but it's just these things that pop into my mind, and I'm like, oh man, the Bundys are on there. It makes me think about Ammon Bundy, you know, and all that shit. It's crazy. Anyway, but she is part of her and her husband, Mike James. They have Latter-day Media, and I wish people who do talk about this would call it Preparing a People. That's the name of the organization that was there, that Chad and Lori were a part of, that were platformed by them, began by them, basically. That's some of their first shows, you know. Then they folded that 404B. I mean, not 404B, 404 error, you know, swoop, they scrubbed the internet of that. But I'm sure they have the episodes. Trust me. It's behind a paywall somewhere, and it will be let out when they can capitalize on it.
So Preparing a People has been rebranded, right?
Well, I say rebranded, but really it was
No, no,
Latter-day
no,
Media.
not
It was
you.
Latter-day. No, I mean, but people, I'm correcting it because people say that they rebranded, but really Latter-day Media was around before then. It was under the Latter-day Media branding already. There's
Okay.
Umbrella, and there's
So they
different
just
companies.
shifted their resources to a different
Yep.
arm of
Yep.
the same organization.
Shell companies.
Speaking of arms and Jason Mao and the warrior ethos, I remember
Mm.
when I was in seminary in high school. So our high school started at 7:35 in the morning. That's regular high school class.
Yeah.
So
Lori did this too.
we had to go to seminary before high school and then drive to the high school and be there before classes started. So we had
Yeah.
seminary at like 6 o'clock or 6:15 in the morning every single day for high school, for our entire high school career. Every single day we had to be there at like 6 o'clock. I was also a paper boy, so that meant I had to get my
Oh,
papers
Lord.
delivered before that.
You are still bringing us the news today, Paperboy. Thank you for your
I
service.
was. And
I
I would
appreciate it.
roll them up and put the rubber band on them before I delivered them because I was such a
Oh.
good paper boy. But anyway, where was I going with that? Seminary.
Seminary, had to go before school.
I got distracted.
I mean, it's the same
lost
thing,
my train
Jason
of
Mao.
thought.
You were talking about Jason Mao.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So 4 years of seminary. So they divided it up. So you had the Bible you studied 1 year. You had the Doctrine and Covenants of Pearl of Great Price that you studied 1 year. And then you had the Book of Mormon you studied 1 year.
Come Follow Me lessons and things like that. They have like different lessons for different times of the year, right? I remember Chad Daybell being offering a statement whenever Julie Rowe was getting hammered on in 2015. And how he was saying, well, that year we were the new year was just underway and we were talking about this. So, and how he justified that and how he knew that the Old Testament stuff that Julie Rowe was purporting is not, it's frowned upon. It's frowned upon by the church. He knew that. And you can see his justification for that in these statements that he shared, because he was her publisher. It's just interesting to me because he knew it was wrong, but yet he was still spitting it. And it goes with,
That's the difference between him and me, because when I was supposed to be a missionary and go on my mission and I spouted something out of my mouth that I knew was not right, I stopped and I did a self-check and I was like, holy crap, what am I doing here?
why am I saying this? Yeah.
Let me reevaluate. And I did reevaluate my entire life.
Mm-hmm. Which was what we would think that Lori would do in her cell. Like when Todd was telling her, we go and reassess and go, they play over and over and over again in our minds while we're in our cell 23 hours a day. And she's affirming him. But she don't get it. It missed her completely.
That was so
she does not know what that means.
That was so
powerful. And it was telling. It was very telling because like that's what I walked away from it with was she doesn't get it. She just wants to matter, to be relevant. Todd saying he knows what it's like, so don't persecute me. He forgives me. They forgive her. She says her victims forgive her. We should too. We should just let it go. They're not seeking revenge. And we need to drop that shit.
Well, what's the difference between forgiveness and forgetting? Forgiving and forgetting are two different things, right?
Well, and yeah, I would think, right? Because that's what is being taught at the pulpit now and has been forever. Forgive and forget. Maxwell. Neil Maxwell. Neil Maxwell. Neil A. Maxwell. Drop the middle initials on all these prophets and whatever names, and it just makes them sound like Tom Jones. Okay. That's what I'm going to start doing.
Gordon B. Hinckley, Spencer W. Kimball,
Gordon Hinckley. Russell Ballard, Nelson, Russell. No, wait, Russell Nelson. Shit, I get those two mixed up. Russell Ballard. See, I'm saying it again. And Russell Nelson. They're just normal people who put their pants on the same way you and I do. They just like the Pope. He puts his pants on the same way you and I do. They all are just regular
does the
people.
Pope wear pants? What does he wear?
Well, if he did, that's what he would do. He wouldn't wear big moo-moos, okay? With freaking fish scales on his damn hat. It creeps me out because my papa went to Rome and studied there as a Catholic. And I'm like, is he Jesuit? I'm wondering. Like, I haven't dug there yet, y'all. I had the biggest dose of cognitive dissonance last night, or just realizations of my town. And we have these murders that happened in 98. I graduated high school in 1996. And this is south of Lake Charles, where I grew up. I went to school with people who were in that same school district, like it's like a ward. Anyways. And so there were these, a triple homicide at KK's Corner, which is a convenience store, but it's tied to, oh my God. Like, I don't want to get murdered. I get it now. Like, when it's right here in your damn out your front door, you're like, oh, I'm like, I can't wait to dive into this. And then I'm like, Jason's like, you remember your home, and I'm like, this could be connected to my Uncle Earl's plane crash. Like, this is crazy. I was like freaking the F out last night. I had to turn it off even because it was making my heart race. And I mean, it just was making me feel all kinds of ways. I would love to toss it to you though.
How do you turn your brain off?
It's how do you turn your heart off, man?
Yeah.
That's what it really is. Cause it's like at the center of it, there's 3 dead people who have very familiar last names. And, and I'm just like, it's unsolved.
Thibodeau
You had
and
the false
Boudreaux.
confessions, even false confessions.
What?
And all kinds of shit. And I'm like, this is fascinating. How did this go on right here within like 5 miles of where I lived and I mean, grew up my entire life. And I never peeled back the first layer. And this is what's happening in Delphi. And this is what's happening all across our land where these things are happening over and over and over again. And it's real. Corruption is real. They say SRA, satanic ritual abuse, is a phenomenon. Okay. Corruption is not a phenomenon. It's real. And it's existed. And it happens. And even just the corrupt people compromise those who aren't corrupt. Like, I worry about my daughter becoming an FBI agent because of what I've learned. I'm like, oh, no. Oh my God. That before I'd have been like, oh my God, yay. She's going to be an FBI. That's so cool. And I mean, I don't want to take her aspirations away. Like, I think it's really neat, but she's pretty real like I am, and she sees through some bullshit is what I'm saying. And so I'm like, Ashlyn, can you just please don't be corrupted? Just don't let yourself be corrupted. That's all, but
that story that I'm following in Oklahoma, London Valdez.
Yep.
We've had some new information come down today, and I can't share it yet. I'm hoping to get an interview. The offer's out there, and it's been halfway accepted. But it could involve corruption, at the very least, ineptitude on behalf of the investigator and the investigation, but possibly corruption. I mean, Oklahoma is like 90% white, which is crazy because there are so many Native American tribes and nations and reservations there. How is Oklahoma 90% white? Like,
that's where one survivor, J.R. Sweet, he claims that him and his cousin went with his grandparents to Oklahoma, and he explained human hunting, being hunted by humans. in this real elite circle. Paris Hilton was there, he claims, her and her sister. And I'm just like, really, really at first, but I don't want to discount what people are saying. Like, there's truth in there. I don't care how you look at it, whether you believe them, whether you don't believe them, there's truth in everything. So I'm like, just because I don't feel comfortable with what is being said does not mean that there's not elements of truth to this. So I've had to do this gradually. I've watched stories.
Wait. Say that again.
I've had to do this gradually. Oh, what?
No. Just because I
I
don't
don't believe it sounds
believe
so shocking, and I'm like, it sounds unbelievable.
doesn't mean there aren't elements of truth in it. That is the root basis to battling cognitive dissonance. Just because it sounds crazy to me doesn't mean that it can't be true.
It makes me think how I've seen so many comments over the years of people saying she's just crazy. Okay, that's what you right. I mean, and then some. But there's and then there's so many things that fueled this, that feed into this, that enabled this, that allowed all these victims to slip through the cracks of Lori and Chad, and allowed them to empower them to do this in such a rapid succession in broad daylight sometimes, and then gaslight about it and say, a recognizable Jeep in broad daylight? Come on now. And they rely on this tactic alone. I mean, just it works. It works. Hand over foot, it works over and over and over again.
And then you get receipts, or I get receipts, or Megan gets receipts.
They're out there.
Or Mike Watkins gets receipts.
Yes.
Somebody finds receipts and they start challenging people's conceptions.
And they get canceled. And and we have algorithms we have to fight against. What words we can say and cannot be said. Why? Because people who own these companies are grading us already. If you don't think about that, they're grading us on how we will conform to their narrative by saying murder, rape, trafficking. Murder is in the law language. It says first-degree murder. Yet I can't say it. I get punished and sent to the bottom of the algorithm. I'm graded socially, okay? And my videos, my channel does not get pushed into the algorithm where it would make more money, or the message that I'm saying would get out. So if they suppress that, keep me at the bottom, they squash my way of making money, but most importantly, they hinder what I'm saying, the truth.
They
and this
control
happened.
it. They control its.
So your Joe Rogans and those people, they're part of the problem. They are paid agents, so to speak, if you will, endorsed.
Allegedly.
Yeah, Joe, don't come at me. I used to watch you on news radio. And I'm like, you were a doofus.
Can you see this comment that's up there now?
Have you looked into the sheriff who red rum Judge Mullins?
That's Mickey Steins.
I've been watching this.
Yeah.
And the precursor to it regarding this deputy who abused prisoner situation in Letcher County, Kentucky, they talked about shut up. They talked, Glenda, I saw you yesterday. I saw you in Criminality's live stream last night after I got off my live stream. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, they don't want this.
Tim Ballard is connected with Mickey Steins
right now. I can't believe I didn't know that. And I know you have receipts. If you ever want to talk, you come on, please. Please.
Yep.
We can both have you. We can have you together. If you will, because he follows Delphi too. See, it was a thing last night on criminality, and it was she was sharing the Hulu documentary that came out on Delphi. And I just caught the very tail end of it, but I already feel so passionate about this. I didn't follow it from the beginning. I was unaware of true crime genre. I've watched Casey Anthony's trial stuff with my mom a little bit, so my mom followed it more than I did.
T and I have a history. She and I know each other, so I'm sorry I missed that, but I was sleeping off my 18-hour
I
drive.
was like, where the hell is Joe Schmoe? I was wondering.
Sleeping it off.
Because and so there were things said in that documentary, and I've experienced this so many times myself in my own family's stories where they're not saying exactly what it is. They're reinforcing law enforcement's narrative. And I'm not saying it's wrong, right, or indifferent in every case. I'm just saying it can be done, and it is done. And when you see it done, and I believe that they don't have the right guy, and I believe it's an injustice to the girls. It's an injustice to the community who's still in danger. It's an injustice of epic proportions, and this is not good, guys. And so you have these different tribes of different beliefs who I'm in the camp, but I can still be swayed, like I'm not closed-minded. I just am like, wow, I followed Lauren's coverage on it. I've listened to correct sources, if you will, people who were in there.
I'm going to blow your mind right now.
Oh God.
I still don't know today at this point in time, after covering Delphi, living 20 minutes south of Delphi, knowing from minute one when the girls were reported missing and when they were found the next day.
Wow.
And then going to a couple days of trial, going out there to the Monona High Bridge, crossing the creek, going up to the floodplain where they were found. I still don't know to this day if Richard Ellen is factually innocent or factually guilty. I don't think he was the only one involved, and I think that's pretty easy to prove. The creek was flooded 3.5 times its normal depth that day on February 13th. There's no way a guy that's 5'6", 150 pounds.
Well, I thought he was 5'3". I thought he was my height.
Yeah, 5'5", 5'6".
Something
like
short dude. Yeah.
Right. Like if he were to give a hug to a taller dude, then he might like have to strain and reach up and crack his neck.
My ex-husband used to be 6'3", so I know I'd be like, "Oh my God, you're up there."
I don't believe that he could have taken those girls across the creek by himself. I think something else happened, but the jury believed it and they convicted him, and he's in prison for 130 years as of this date and time.
To me, it was just like a public statement. It's just to suffice. It's to salvage the public image, and it's to suffice the community who's outraged or outside like me, and I'm just like, what? But I mean, as an outsider looking in, knowing what it's like to be on this side of the crime, okay, I'm a family member of 3 of the victims in our case, but I've seen these things go on. We just happen to have a case where, it's different, but it's the same. It's with the some people in like with Idaho, I believe up there, it's not as aired out as it is in Arizona. But I was so worried about corruption in Arizona way more than I was Idaho. But it's like every place has this ability to be corrupt. I just told you about Lake Charles and about KK Corner murders, the triple homicide that is still unsolved here, where there were false confessions, where there were claims of the sheriff's son here, who my grandmother would kick you out of her damn house if you said an ill word about Sheriff Wayne McKelvin or his son possibly being involved in these murders, and he like threatened the community, including the family members of the victims, were in that, and said he was using his Westlake. He was using his authority to investigate rumors, speculation, people accusing his son, and he was threatening people with false, like locking them up for whatever. You can find little reasons and just have somebody. Just saying, every place has this ability, and I just don't want to be a freaking moron. Okay, I don't want to. I don't want to feed into false narratives and injustice. I want our judicial system to represent how I feel it should be. Yeah, like the Memphis, I finally watched that. That was crazy. Yeah. It happens. I'm not going to say I'm sorry it happens, because it does. And I mean, it affects all of us, our thinking. If it was Chad and Lori and it looked the way it does, I believe, for Richard Allen, if they looked like they were innocent, I would be the first one to be advocating for, I want justice, that it's very, very plain and simple. It's not complicated, but we complicate it a great deal. It's,
Well, and money complicates it more, because think about this, because I still, like I just said about Richard Allen, I'm not sure if he's factually innocent or factually guilty at this point in time, based on the evidence that's been presented to me. I feel the same way about Karen Reed. I'm not sure if she may have backed over Officer John O'Keefe. Maybe she did. Maybe she was drunk.
It's so muddled. It's so muddled.
It is,
I know
because just like Delphi, the crappy police investigation, the shitty police investigation, preservation of evidence or lack thereof.
Or the video. I remember seeing a video where it was inverted, or
the inverted Sallyport video.
What?
Absolutely. Like how did they not know that? And how does an officer go on the stand and say, yes, this is a true and correct copy of the video, when it's inverted, and he knows damn well it's inverted?
Same with Epstein, and the minute was missing, and it's just like
But you know what? She had the money. Follow the money. She had the money. She got the money from somebody to pay for a stellar defense legal team. And if
there's a lot of people who don't.
No, and Richard Allen didn't. He was appointed, quote unquote, public defenders. There is no public defender's office in Carroll County, Indiana. So there are people on a list. So Baldwin and Rosie were on that list. Wow. And eventually Jennifer Auger joined the team as well. But if he had the money that Karen Reed had, he would have had a much higher chance of being acquitted or having the jury reach a not guilty or hung status, instead of what they wound up with. And Baldwin and Rosie were actually really good defense attorneys, and they did a decent job. They admit that they made mistakes. They admit that there were things that they could have and should have done differently.
That's more than I can say for the prosecution.
Right.
They seem to.
Oh my God! Don't get me started on Nick McClelland. Don't get me started.
I mean, I'm not even going to name names because I don't know the names. But
I'm going to name Nick McClelland right now. Like I stood in line with two guys that played golf with Nick McClelland, so I know things about Nick McClelland that I can't discuss publicly because they're just like conversations while you're standing in line waiting to get into court. So they're not provable, but. Nick
Potential jurors, like in Arizona, could be listening, right? Like you're just talking.
I was in court when so we have transcripts now from the other hearings before this. They just released the transcripts like a month ago. It took them forever to release the transcripts, and he literally lied, because he said in the pretrial hearing, after Richard Allen was arrested for this, he argued we have to keep all of this, the PCA, the probable cause affidavit, we have to keep it under seal because we're still investigating other suspects. Tony Liggett, Tobe Lesenby, Jerry Holman all got on the stand, and I don't think Tobe Lesenby actually got on the stand. So I'll go Tony Liggett And Jerry Holman got on the stand and said, from the day we arrested Richard Allen, we believed he was the only guy involved in this. So we have a lie. Somebody's lying. It's either Nick McClelland lied in the pretrial hearing to seal the documents, or Tony Liggett lied and Jerry Holman lied. Which is
I think they're looking for the right patsy or the right fall guy, the right person to just be able to pin this on. He put himself that day. That's, I believe, where he effed up.
Right, voluntarily. He went to
But
Dan
him
Doolin.
confessing, that is MK Ultra. That is mind control. That is trauma based. That is putting him in a place where it's fit for prisoners, not just somebody bound over waiting for a trial. It's just a lot of like weird things like that. Just, you're like, oh yeah, but I mean, if I'm the family, I'm like, get them, get them, fuck them. Like, I don't care what happens. But I mean, I do, because like I said, I have my brother who was in prison. Okay, then our aunt murdered my brother's son, and they murdered, Charles and Tylee. So it's like I can say fuck them, but I can't, because my brother was also part of that. I don't want to say fuck them for my brother, because I don't, I don't think he'd. Just saying, it's a very weird spot, and I just want, if there's just equal like treatment across the board, then no worries. But it's not. That's not the world we live in. It's not. It's incorrupt. I mean, it's corrupt, and it's I'm saying all the wrong things, but it's corrupt, and there are injustices, and people are pinned for these things, and there are theories. I won't say conspiracy theories. I mean, there are that end up becoming proven to be real, and it's just like it's just a matter of time. He knows whether he was there or not. I really think he was. Again, I'm not a professional, but sometimes I think people can be so damn tunnel visioned in here and just have their eyes on just that, and they can't. Cognitive dissonance, like they can't allow anything to challenge their narrative.
So
I mean, I get it. It's got to be frustrating.
Cognitive dissonance is a human condition. We all suffer from it in one area of our lives, or two, or three, or four, or whatever it is. But corruption is something that's completely different. That is, you have a knowledge. You're Nick McClelland, and you have the knowledge that you don't have a solid proof case against Richard Allen.
You're under public pressure.
And you're going to, and the sheriff is up for re-election. So we're going to arrest this guy. Tony Liggett is going to become the sheriff. He was the lead investigator.
Then we're going to shut everybody out of it.
Exactly.
Shut everybody out of it and make it as difficult as possible to follow, attend, and report on.
We're not going to make any of the documents public. We're not going to show it on camera. We're not going to show it on TV. We're not going to broadcast it. We're not going to air it. It's going to be as obscure as you can be in 2024.
And then we're going to make public, whatever you call it, what do you call those things? Public appearances. I don't know. What do you call that thing where they have those cops talk or whatever? Oh my God.
Oh, press conferences.
There you go. Thank you. I mean, my little brain.
Oh, Doug Carter. Don't get me started on Doug Carter.
I don't know what it is about that guy, y'all. I'm just like,
I've done
plain sight, and I'm like, you don't say those kind of words.
I've done several lives on Doug Carter. I did one with, so you remember you told me once that my collaboration effort with Jack Fox of Never a Truer Word with Lori Daybell's interview was your favorite ever. He did that with me with Doug Carter.
What?
Yes.
I haven't seen it. Oh my God.
Yeah. You got to go back and watch that.
Wait, no, it was yours, right?
It was on my channel, yes, but it was with Jack Fox.
Yeah, I did.
Never a Truer Word. Yeah. So we've done that with Lori Daybell, and we've done that with Doug Carter, and it's enlightening.
Breaking down what's being said.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we hear something, and then when you go back and you filter that, you let it go through all your filters, and then you're like, oh my God. it's very telling to me. I love that y'all do that. I love when that's done. I will. Now there's another channel too, but he's really into the weeds sometimes. But he claims I don't trust really the
He's
CIA
into the
people.
weed or he's into the weeds?
He really is filtering it through. I just don't know where he's at yet, on my trust rating scale. I'm just kidding. I don't sound any different than Chad and Lori. Huh? I mean, I'm just saying, like, I
How
don't
do
know
you
what
rate
the
him? Do you
credentials
rate
he
him
claims
light
he
or dark?
has. I don't trust that community, that government community, if you will. I'm just like, what are the ulterior motives? What is your end game? What's behind you? And why are you just here? I do that. I've done that also when I realized with Mike King. I did that with his buddy of where they started his podcast, his Profiling Evil, with Chris McDonough, who happened to go to the Idaho 4 killings, Brian Koberger. And he finds a rubber glove, and I'm like, well, what are the odds? That's after, like, he had asked me for my email. He had went to Idaho, Rexburg. He went to Yellowstone, and he filmed it. And I appreciated him for boots on the ground, right? I get to see it. I'm way down here. I don't have to travel. I can go see it through your perspective, through his perspective. I appreciate that. However, you just have to be careful. I've had to be careful in this arena because I don't know who's who. I don't know who's in the cult, so to speak. I don't know. And people know who you are. You have no idea who they are. I don't know who One-Eyed, One-Horn, Flying Purple People Eater is. Like your screen names. I get it. Like that's comes with this territory. But I also he asked me for my email, and I sat on that. I'm glad I don't react immediately. Like I literally let things marinate. I'm like, I don't know how to feel about that. Or just maybe I don't have the right words to say immediately. So I'll just kind of let things sit. And come to find out, I saw where Chris McDonough was having a future live stream, and it had OUR, and I was like, and it was about Summer Wells, and I was like, nope. I removed myself. I never emailed back. And I've just been like, I unsubscribed. Like I'm not. And I mean, I understand he is a cop. He is in that community. There are sometimes people that are placed in these communities to, I believe, to misinform people of things. And I mean, I think Mike King already has that because he is devoted to Mormonism and its beliefs, its message. So I respect whatever, do you, boo, but I still go listen. But I mean, I have, I know what background he has. I know
It's kind of like
what's driving it.
It's kind of like the Nate Eden thing, right? Like he tracked down Lori and Chad in Hawaii, but he's also with East Idaho News, who is owned by whom?
Frank Vandersloot, who owns Idaho, basically, definitely Southeast Idaho. Even where we not buried the kids. Oh my God. Even where we had that's why I said buried. Even where we had their celebration of life. I always have a hard time remembering that phrase. Whenever Chad's trial was going on, Mom contacted me. At the beginning of April, and she was like, hey, I think we're going to have a celebration of life or something, a memorial for the kids. I'm like, while the trial's going on. And she was like, yeah, we're going to be there. So might as well. And she was like, I want to know when would be a good time. So anyways, come to find out, there were a couple of venues that were offered or that, made available for them. And so she was like, okay, we've been offered this, which is outside. So if it's bad weather, or we've been offered this for free, like just public venues. And I'm like, well, just go with the free one. That way, it's just less you got to deal with. And it'll be inside. So, you don't have to shuffle or make last minute things. You're already dealing with a trial. Try and make this as easy as possible. So it was at the theater. And then while I was there, and then knowing and learning all along this journey about the process church of the final judgment, and I was watching, her name is Rotten Jules, her work and other people's work on just all these weird things, that all these ties. I'm so fascinated by connections and ties. Who knows who? Because that's what it is. It's a circle jerk. It's a there used and I mean, I don't know if I should say this, but it's not who you know, it's who you blow was one of those expressions that, anyways, kind of like the knee pad things or whatever. I'm just saying, I've worked in a male dominated area before. And I mean, you kind of have to.
Wait, what? I'm confused. What do knee pads have to do with blowing? I have no
What?
idea
Who
what
you
that
know and who you blow. Who knows who's willing to do
Okay.
what for whomever.
Sarcasm.
Okay, didn't put it. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I'm being a smart ass.
In case you didn't know, now my ears are red. That's what did it. Not saying who you blow. It was, having to explain it even more. Not being able to. Anyways, it's just they do know birds of a feather flock together has been my initial just understanding coming into all this with the cult members of Lori and Chad who are still free, who were there when my nephew was murdered, living their best LDS lives, just not reprimanded, not punished by taking away their temple recommend, because reading these texts and how the people in this circle were saying and treating their temple recommends was like cutting off a left arm or a right arm, or just an appendage of their body. That, and I mean, Lori killed because she saw Charles as a threat to her temple recommend. Here we are. What's it worth? Why? That's fucking so worrisome to me. And I've seen this time and time again. People have elevated their church, which is a physical freaking building, okay, that they consider holy. That's on them. And they've put it above human life, and not just any human life. They've put it above my family members' human lives that matter. And they should matter. They claim to matter to the church. I've learned different. It is not, I am not of that opinion. That's not been my experience. And I'm not a church member. But when I thought Christian, my understanding of being a Christian and what Christianity looked like was shattered initially, because I was like, why are they saying all this? But they're hiding behind Jesus, like what? And I'm like, really thought about that. I was like, holy shit, that's some really ballsy people to be hiding behind Jesus, like, whoa, that's a whole different type of people. And I've that view has only gotten stronger because I've seen it over and over and over and over again. Using Jesus they weaponize things. They weaponize and create politics. They create division. They create labels. We're not humanity. You're a Mormon. I'm a with this. It's labels. It's like, it's not just boy, girl. It's now, when you used to have to fill out the things that said Caucasian, the Native American, Pacific Islander, and then just all the things. And you're like, white, Caucasian, whatever. I mean, it's just labels, classes, social grading. That's what it is. And
So
whether or not someone's going to listen to you or not.
Help me figure this part out. So I was on with a collaboration effort a couple of months ago, like I think in between the trials, or maybe right after the second one. And we have the motive that Charles was coming in town and he was going to try to revoke her temple recommend.
He did, and he was instead met with his bishop. He didn't know. We didn't. I mean, I know this now that Bishop Gabe Bonilla was Jason Mouse narrator, not narrator. What is it? Whenever you draw the illustrations.
Illustrator. Yeah.
And they also have a business together. Like I have that receipt. You know, their names are both
Bonilla
on it.
and Mal. Bonilla and Mal.
They're buds.
What?
Mm-hmm. I mean, Melanie Gibb said that too. He said Jason Mal was interviewed too, and it was within the report. And I actually read it. More recent, you know, it was right around the same time as the trials in Arizona. And I read it because not many people see this report. So I put it on audio. And so Jason Mal and his wife, Nikki Wood, which is interesting. Her name is Nikki Wood, Rob Wood. I mean, that's the way I connect things. Whether they're related or not is
Nikki Wood.
Nikki Wood. Yeah. Anyways, they were interviewed by the FBI. So this is not just the one that we have, the body cam. This is a whole nother FBI and Chandler, Chandler detective who interviewed Nikki and Jason. And it kind of went in more to believe.
When?
July 22nd, actually, the actual July 22nd when the end of the world was supposed to happen, 2020.
Do you have the video of that?
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. Okay.
Yep. Hold on, I'll find it. I mean,
but okay, where was I going with that?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm talking about motive right now to unalive your Uncle Charles. So he came in town and he was texting with Adam and he was texting with Brandon, or did he and Brandon never really text about this?
He did, but Brandon was real mad, like you heard in his trial, where he lashed out at both Lori and Charles, like a group text, SMS. And he lashed out at both of them. But come to find out, Melanie she'd got into Brandon's phone and had it to where messages from, she blocked Charles's number basically. And so he found all these emails and stuff and calls that were blocked and put into a folder on his Samsung Note 8 or something. And he turned that phone into the police so they could do the forensics on it.
So the bishop is Lori's bishop?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was. Mm-hmm. And Melanie's.
So he's the one that she probably interviewed with for her temple recommend. Because you interview with your bishop. Yep. Sometimes you do with the stake president. Sometimes you have to do both.
But they knew him too. Adam knew. He said his name was Shane Holmes.
Right.
I looked into him. And I found a Shane Holmes actually that was speaking. He is on the Unblog My Soul website audio. You can hear him with John Pontius, with Tom Harrison. What do you do?
So
what do you do when the mayor of Rexburg is interviewed or approached by a reporter the day the kids were found on Chad's property? And he said, knowing, and I mean, come to find out, I found that Jason Mao spoke at the same conference as the mayor of Rexburg in Arizona. So they were on the same flyer. Okay. Just know that. And then to see that the mayor commented that he said, oh, I'm so sorry to the families about the kids. And the reporter said, oh, so that is Tylee and JJ? And he said, oh.
Nope.
Just saying. So don't tell me corruption doesn't exist.
So we have the motive of the temple recommend challenge in June-ish, late June-ish of 2019. Mm-hmm. When do we have the motive of the life insurance policy who she doesn't know the primary beneficiary has been changed? Like, when
She
does
thought
she
it was
talk?
her.
When does she talk to anybody about we can get? Does she text anybody about that life insurance policy?
Not that I know. I mean, besides Chad. And then that's
What?
when my mom became dark. That's when she got the zombie name of Rhonda, and they were going to start working on her.
And when was that?
That was in March. Wait, hold on. He was murdered in July. That was July 15th. He was murdered July 11th. She called. You heard the
Oh,
lady testify who answered at Banner Life Insurance. And she was like, oh, it's me. When she asked who the beneficiary was. And she didn't
okay.
know, but she found out a couple days later that it was my mom. That's when Lori took a picture of the change of beneficiary form, texted to my mom, and said 5 kids and his sister gets it all. And then she cut off. And then that's when Operation freaking, for sure, revenge kill, in my opinion. I
So the
mean, I think
temple.
she was going to do it anyways, but
So the temple recommend really was the primary motivation on July
yes, the
11th.
temple recommend is yes. Some temple Mormons.
Mm.
But then you have Nancy Joe, you have Brandon, and you have Charles, and I'm just like, they're good people. It's a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what drives people. I just know what is said about it. That's not just a puff piece and not just Mormons complimenting it and just saying it because it's so great and they want to, convert you. And I want that. I see that. But I mean, it's important to know that too. Motives behind people and what they're trying to, like me, like what's my motive to tell you all of what I found? What's my motive is exposure for sure. Now, I don't know about any dark things, like I just want people to be exposed and I want this to stop happening to kids, especially. And it's like, what's going on there? What's really what really? So a temple recommend your little card. Her mom and dad, Janice and Barry, were temple workers. Tom Harrison is a temple worker. What's going on there, guys? And I don't want to go there. I'm not trying to. I can see through the
I
pictures
kind
and
of
the
do want
videos.
to go there though, because why do you need to go there every day, like 5 days
Well,
out of?
and then that was considered excessive. There were temple pictures all over the walls. Lori's, every damn. I'm like, nobody needs that many pictures of temples. What's going on? I'm telling you, Lori and Chad will always be the responsible people at the core of this. However, looking into things like mind control, and especially in Mormonism, especially in that government agency, that community, and it's so the things that she has said to my uncle himself when she said that she was a god, that she was a translated being who never had to eat, poop, go to the bathroom. None of that. She didn't have to do that anymore. She told Adam that somebody could shoot her and it would go right through her. These things when she testified to Lori testified in Melanie Gibb's recordings that she was being woke up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning by angels, okay, telling her to do temple names and shit. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on here? She talked about being at the bottom rung and she was ready to elevate. She said, elevate. She believes she's living a higher law, but that's really a thing in this David Levitt, this David Hamblin, the words that they are saying are the same, is what I'm saying. And it all equates to, the second coming of Jesus Christ. When I sat with this for years. I was like, why are they doomsdayers? Why are they preppers? Why are they writing books and going and talking about who cares? Like, what? Okay, near death experience. All right. I'm so sorry for your almost near death. And I'm being genuine right now. That's what I'm saying. Like, but it doesn't make you holy. I mean, whatever. I'm sorry for your experience, but it's like, I'm just like, and I have a lot of anger too. So I'm like, why didn't you just die? Chad, why couldn't you whole ass even just do that? You couldn't even. So no, you're going to capitalize on that. It gives you a level up people are like, oh, well, he claims to have had near-death experiences, so I'm going to listen to the guy with experience. And then they all puff each other up. But it's this, then you have Lori, who comes out of freaking Nowhereville, and she claims to have a near-death experience. And again, like with Kit on Wordwise, how she's, and I mean, I remember this before she said it, but she reminded me of it, how Tom Harrison said when his spirit came out of his body and went down. Lori's spirit also, she claims, went down. There's something to that, because I don't know. I'm not a buff or anything on near-death experiences. Okay. I think
So
it
you
does
don't.
somewhat with trauma too. So
They don't just puff each other up. And I'm not just talking about near-death
this was the first
experiences.
thing.
I'm also talking about like the leadership in the church. They don't just puff each other up. They create
A
they
network.
create a circle. They create a circle of people that are in and people that are not so far out and
Benefit.
people that are further out. And
Mhm.
they have the keys and the authority of the people that are not
Yes.
over the people that are not in their circle. So they have the circle, whether it's the
I'm calling it
bishopric.
a network because that's the language used today in trafficking cases and like what I'm trying to create with the RICO.
Right.
That's why I'm
So,
using my language.
yeah. Yeah. Whatever it is, a network, a circle, they have the keys and authority over the people that are not in their near tight circle.
But they're exploiting.
Group. Yeah.
Because they also give them
obviously use
credibility. You know, because they're just like, oh, Dave, have you gotten Julie Rose's new book? And then so then they're gifting them out. Have you gotten Visions of Glory? Lori gave out Visions of Glory. Lori gave out Denver Snuffer's Second Comforter book, you know, about having a meeting with Jesus in the flesh. Lori is not crazy. She just is saying Mormon things, Temple Mormon things. Okay. Because and I listened to this yesterday before going live. Zalema was on the stand. There was audio from Lori's trial. And I had read this in the text messages already that are in the report from the FOIA dump. And it was Zalema asking Chad Daybell how will she know when the call out happens? Okay. So this is the answer to everybody's myth about this call out. Okay. This is Zalema asking, and she doesn't know that we're going to be reading these texts in the future. Okay. So she doesn't know that they're going to be spilled out and exposed. So what I'm saying is she's asking Chad, when has she made her calling and election made sure? Have I made this endowment, basically? Have I made it to this level? In the temple, okay? And so basically a calling and election made sure, and a second comforter. A first comforter is like knowing Jesus, inviting him into your life, supposedly. And then the second comforter is seeing Jesus, okay? And then it's just weird. But so when there's different ceremonies that correlate this, though. Having one's calling an election made sure, I'll have to pull up my Bill Reel and Radio Free Mormon clip, but I don't have it right here on hand. I had to figure these things out. I had to read between the lines because ex-Mormons weren't connecting it, and Mormons aren't going to freaking tell you about it, period. And a lot of them don't even know about it. And so it's been me surmising, saying, oh God, this is so crazy. It's like an underground inside the church or the secret practice of polygamy. Jesus isn't secret. So that's my thing. And so I believe that the church and church leaders from jump have been exploiting Christ, God, people's beliefs. I mean, I'm sure before that, but this is my study. This is the Catholic Church did not have anything to do with my family's murders. Neither, and one can say, well, neither does the LDS Church. No, but the religion does. The culture. That's the word I was looking for yesterday. I couldn't think of culture. But when there's these secret kind of organizations, these kind of ordinances or ceremonies going on behind the scenes where the church is all about bloodlines and superior bloodlines. You know, there's this whole rumor that Elder Ballard claimed, you know, he's Hiram Smith's great 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 grandson. I don't know how many greats, but anyways, so Joseph Smith is by extension or a couple generations would have been Elder Ballard's uncle, you know. So he says that, or the rumor is that they believe that they are, like Elder Ballard believed he was related to Christ himself. Like it is the bloodline. Okay. But I mean, the way it looks, I believe that's inverted. And so then it becomes like this blood of Cain, you know. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know enough to speak intelligently about it, but it's just the vibes, you know. Oh, and Jean Marie says those rumors have been circulating since I was in elementary school. Wow. That's crazy, but thank you for saying that because not many people talk about this part, you know? Like you get accused of trying to take the church down and, you know, Chad and Lori have nothing to do with this, with their church, their belief system. That's distancing.
Somebody literally said that in the live that I did the other day with Ada K. They were like, the church has nothing to do with Lori and Chad. And I was like,
Okay.
I appreciate alternative opinions, but I
Yeah.
beg to differ with that.
How can they just come out and just be so like have nothing to do when she's saying Nephi and Laban and Gaddy Antons, and how can you say that? They belonged. Chad was he was an executive ward clerk or whatever. He had keys to the building. Heather Daybell testified to the fact that she saw Chad's vehicle there after hours and times when no service was going on at that church. But then I hear rumors also way before all this, but way before I even realized, you know, that Chad's working in the same office with the bishopric of that ward of that church or whatever. And then I hear, you know, I'd heard rumors of a cat being sacrificed by Ian and Chad. And I'm like, well, how did Chad know Ian? First off, you know, did this rumor become airborne? How did it take off and land in my ear? Whatever, things happen, but you know, there's a shred of truth to everything. And Ian Pulowski worked for Melaleuca, the wellness company, which is owned by Frank Vandersloot. It makes you fucking question everything. And I think it's healthy to do. There you go. Thank you, Debbie.
It's like
And it's
the perfect response to cognitive dissonance, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can finally crack that coconut, then people are like, oh my, I didn't think that had anything to do with that until I realized I could open my mind and accept an alternative reality.
I like that too, because it also doesn't dismiss Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy, and so, you know, maybe Joe's deaths. It doesn't make their deaths in vain, is what I'm saying. It's not just denying that there's a lot of elements from the church, from the core beliefs that have been practiced by Chad and Lori, and that resulted in murders because of how the church does things and how they grew up that's the common denominator here is the church. It's not Girl Scouts, it's not Boy Scouts. You know, that factors into Chad's I'm just saying it's like the core belief, the core organization that both believed in. Lori went to seminary class before school. She lives by the scriptures, is what she told Melanie Gibb in that recorded call. She also justifies murder and twist things, but it can be interpreted that way too. And it's not based off the Bible; it's based off of the Book of Mormon. So, which is based off the Bible, as like it's like, oh, it's a whole lot of layers of deception and twisting. And I think that's, in my opinion, that's how Satan works. If you believe in heaven and hell, if you believe in God or Satan or both, like if you believe and even just good and bad, like morally good, morally bad.
It's a
immoral.
it's a very subtle
Mm-hmm.
seed that is planted through your Sunday school classes, through your young men's classes, through your young women's classes, where you're taught these things like Jason Mao expanded on in his crazy fictional novels.
He's exploiting.
but the seeds are planted by the church in our Sunday school classes every single Sunday.
And they change accordingly too to benefit.
They do. They do, but they're so subtly planted that you can either use them to go off the deep end like Chad and Lori did, or you can use them to deny the fact that the church has any responsibility for Chad and Lori at all. Like it's such a subtle planting of seeds that they get both both sides of that.
Yeah. And so then it gives the church plausible deniability because they say, oh no. And they actually don't ever say it. They have other organizations to say it that they're also not affiliated with. So they become the authority on what believing Mormons do believe. And they go to these trusted resources that the church allows. I wish Jason would get the kettle off the damn stove. It's like whistling. So they go and they trust these people like Fair Latter-day, I think it's called Fair Latter-day Saints or something. I don't know. It's a channel or a website that claims to not be affiliated with, but Megan did a big old, I'm gonna have to go tell him. He's not doing anything. She did a whole deep dive into this, and she found where the church had donated money and it did go to Fair Latter-day or something like that. But so just go to her channel.
That's like the victims line. You can call into the church and report something to this telephone line to get help for being a victim from some kind of church abuse.
I had to text them. It is just going crazy back there. It's like, let me go take it off the damn stove. I'll be right back.
I need to, you know what we're going to do? I think I have this ready to go. I hope I have it ready to go.
I mean, thank you.
I don't have it ready to go. Oh, yeah, I do. We're going to go there. So Colby did an interview yesterday. We're going to watch Colby's interview. That's what we're going to do. We're going to watch Colby's interview.
The only
We're going to take a break.
Convicted killer Lori Vallow Daybell is speaking out for the first time since his mother was sentenced to life in prison for crimes she committed right here in Arizona. 12 News journalist Gabriela Becerra sat down with Colby Ryan, exclusive interview, opened up about his mom and a life-threatening illness that he's also dealing with, Gabby.
Well, Troy, at the final and most recent sentencing for Lori Vallow Daybell, we heard from her estranged son, Colby Ryan, who was noticeably missing from the courtroom that day. He gave his statement virtually, not because he didn't want to be there, but because he was fighting a rare disease that almost took his life.
Trapped in a new normal.
Probably one of the most out-of-body experiences where you're stuck in your body
with no control.
That's how Colby Ryan woke on July
I was like,
18th,
uh-oh.
4 days after an outdoor run led to a life-threatening illness.
It's as simple as going around some dirt, which literally I ran through the dirt trail right by our house a few days before.
A severe headache, multiple mini strokes, and dozens of tests later. Ryan says doctors diagnosed him with a complication of valley fever.
It's supposed to stay in your lungs. And instead of staying here, it said, let me go see what's going on in your brain.
It's called coccidial meningitis, an extremely rare prognosis found in about 1% of people with valley fever.
Being the 1% of the unlucky feels normal a little bit at this point.
Ryan lost his family in 2019 at the hands of his mother, Lori Vallow Daybell. Vallow Daybell will be behind bars for the rest of her life after killing her children, Tylee and JJ, and conspiring to kill her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, and her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. On the last day of his hospital stay, Ryan virtually participated in Vallow Daybell's most recent sentencing.
Having to give the impact statement while you weren't feeling good, while you're in a place that's unfamiliar, what was going through your mind? How were you feeling?
I think it was hard because I didn't want to look vulnerable in front of Lori. I know that sounds weird, but I didn't really want to give her that in that moment.
Mr. Ryan, if you want to unmute yourself.
Ryan tells me he wanted to be in the courtroom.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
And would have turned his camera on if he knew it was allowed. Instead, he confidently read his impact statement from his hospital bed.
Quite frankly, I believe that Lori Vallow herself is the family tragedy.
His words echoing through the speaker, touching everyone in the courtroom.
I was prepared, but it's always still really hard. Like, you could easily, like in any other setting, I could talk about Tylee and JJ or like my family or anything like that, and not every time I'm going to be triggered to like cry. But every time I'm like reading a statement, it's just so real in that moment, and you're talking to that person, and that's hard. And I feel like a part of me wanted to be there, and then maybe there's a reason why I wasn't. But I felt like I said what I needed to say, and that was it. I just tried to close the book on it.
Do you plan to talk to Lori at any point going forward?
No, there's just no reason. And the reason is because there's no rationality between talking to her. When you speak to her, you're not really talking to a normal person. And so there's nothing that I'm going to get from
I love that. I haven't seen this before, but I love that part. When you talk to her, it's not like you're talking to a normal person. And I love the fact that he calls her Lori. He doesn't say my mom, my mother.
That's got to be so difficult, man. Because I mean, it's totally losing everybody in your family and then being betrayed on top of it. And then it's so publicly known that, you know, he's had to do this. And I mean, it's a process, you know. I've watched him go through this process. I've gone through a similar process, just different dynamics. You know, it's like, holy crap, a realization of someone you trusted. It's like Satan being in your family. Like, I don't know.
That's where he wants to be, though. And that's where we have to fight the hardest.
I just feel bad for his journey, but it's also what's going to shaping him and making sure that he doesn't turn out to be another family tragedy.
Right.
The cause of another family, you know, like she's a tragedy pimp. So
he absolutely could have been another victim of the family tragedy at this point in his life.
He was, but he almost, I mean,
but I'm saying there he could be looking at no hope right now, like no hope.
Yeah,
like he and your brother Todd, I think, are very similar in the fact that they
took the family tragedies and have overcame them,
or they're on their way to overcoming.
Not being hardened. Brandon too, not being hardened by these people. Yeah,
right.
Because it can. I look, there's times when I was broaching being a cynical person, you know, and I'm just like, oh, but then it's like after I was able to go and actually read and face her, you know, like be there and represent my uncle and Tylee and JJ, like I wanted, like that was so healing for me. That one thing that I wasn't even considered in Idaho. You know, like thank God we had extra, like more trials than just one, because it's like each one we learned how they work, how they go, and so you can kind of adapt and overcome, right? And try to not foresee, but try to know about what's going to take place. You know, you kind of know the rhythm. It's crazy because it's like you're acclimating at the same time. Because I mean, like myself, like I never followed trials or true. I watched Dateline on Friday night sometimes. I watched the first 48. I watched you know, things like that. But my ex mother-in-law, oh my God, she watched all kinds of true crime stuff, you know. She's popped up in my chat many times. And it's really, you know, we were like, oh Lord, you know, her husband's gonna end up murdered, you know, just kind of joking back in the day, but she didn't. So just know
That's
that.
Are you here in chat tonight? Are you here in chat? Can we
Yeah,
talk
they know
about
better than to murder because they know their asses are gonna get found out. That's the difference. Okay. And people who follow true crime, y'all know.
You know
Y'all
what?
know. They're like, they always go to Walmart. Why?
Brian Koberger knew too, but then he screwed up still.
Yeah, I
that's
know.
he's
It's wild.
he's the perfect example of trying to commit the perfect murder and not getting away with it. Like,
Yep.
what went
Got
wrong?
called
I
out
want to
on it
know.
too.
Yeah, I still want to know what went wrong. How did that sheath get left there? Probably
He
because
didn't pick it up.
because of how chaotic the scene became. He didn't expect the other people to be there. I think that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
That's another
But
story,
then
though.
I remember hearing about that dog, you know, being
Yeah. Yes.
and so see, even though I unsubscribed from Chris McDonough, it showed up in my algorithm and I was like, oh, well, I want to know about that. And it was the report from that, you know, the BK stuff. Well, I mean, they didn't release it though, while like the police said that it was not connected to Koberger, but yet they didn't release it to them until after they released the Koberger stuff. So if it wasn't released, why was it not released at the same time?
Right.
And then why didn't they release it before? You know?
And why is the FBI not releasing their information? Because I FOIA'd that and they
Let me tell
declined my
you.
FOIA request.
Lori got her ass off of death penalty, because the prosecution, who is on top of everything in our case, in Lori's case, in Chad's case, in prosecuting them, the Idaho team, you know, Lindsay Blake, Rob Wood, Rachel Smith, and yet they're on top of everything. There's 3 prosecutors, okay, 3, whereas there's just Trina, and I'm just kind of noting some differences here. So I question things no matter what, okay, and so I'm like, why did Judge Boyce? He had because the prosecution didn't turn over this discovery in time. That was 5,000 whatevers of the FBI's investigation, just so happened to contain that. And then the penalty for prosecution not turning that over in a timely manner was to take the death penalty off of Lorhor.
And that was because of the FBI's discovery?
No, it was, I mean, it was the prosecuting attorneys did not turn over the discovery in time, but they're timely on everything else, is what I'm saying. Just like all of a sudden they're like, oh, damn, we just missed it.
I have submitted, it's not FOIA requests, it's another term with the FBI, but I have submitted several of those under Delphi and another case and under Koberger, and they have denied every single one. And then I have appealed, and the appeals have been denied on every single one.
No soup for you. No soup.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God. But it makes you wonder. So I'm like, because the prosecution who recommended death penalty, they get punished by removing the death penalty off of the perpetrator. Like that does make that math work. And that's where I'm like, I don't know what this is and I don't like it. I understand Judge Boyce had to do whatever he had to do, but it just seemed so, the logic behind it doesn't seem right. I'm like, oh, wow. Why didn't you just take some money out their checks or dock them a couple of days? Or, aren't there other ways to punish them or reprimand or whatever? That's weird to me. I'm not in law and, I'm not a law student or anything. I'm not a law expert. I'm just here trying to make sense of logical or of things that should be logical. I'm like, anyways.
Lori, at any point going forward?
No, there's just no reason. And the reason is because there's no rationality between talking to her. When you speak to her, you're not really talking to a normal person. And so there's nothing that I'm going to get from her, even if there was an apology. There would be nothing that's satisfying or like, okay, I'm good. Like, I just learned to move on without needing that.
As Ryan moves on from this chapter,
the hardest part about it is that you feel some relief that you don't have to keep reliving it, but it doesn't change anything. And that, yes, justice does change, but you don't get anything back.
he's also navigating new challenges.
Right now, I'm just taking it day by day.
Ryan says doctors don't yet know how long the fungus will stay in his brain.
I want to just go right back to normal. I just don't feel normal. Like I told you, the brain fog, like I'm just like missing a step right now. So I've been trying to figure that out. I want to take my recovery really seriously because I know if I rush out of it, who knows what's going to happen.
He may be battling the illness for the rest of his life, but it's a battle he's taking on with one of the darkest periods of his life now over.
It's not going to keep coming up and reopening every one of those wounds. You can actually move past it. So that's the best part about it for me.
I'm so proud of him.
Ryan tells me he's headed back to the doctor this week where he'll learn more about the next steps in his recovery. Reporting in studio, Gabriella Becerra, 12 News.
He has his own children now, Gabby. I can't imagine the trauma of knowing that your mother committed these heinous acts, killing your own siblings or step-siblings.
He has 3 kids, and I think he's just trying to move forward, closing the book on what's been a long few years of these court cases and just trying to move on.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm proud of him.
Yep.
He did good. He's doing good. Like at first, I was worried because he was like, I forgive her, publicly. Like it was so quick. And I mean, again, everybody's grief process is their own, like own it. And that's fine. It just was kind of worrisome at first because I was like, I don't know if these are just words being said and not the actual work being done. Like I just kind of questioned whether or not he had actually fully processed it. Cause I know I haven't, just based off of mine, I'm like, oh, this is horrible, but that's been my experience. It's not, everybody is not the same. And we all chose different routes, but what I've learned is like, we've all have the same goal. We just have different ways of going about it. And that forms a route. We rally around the victims here. As long as they're kept center and focused, then that's how I kind of try to keep myself balanced, like, am I doing this because of hatred or being cynical or really have it out with them, like I don't want it to be vengeful. I just want their lives to count. I want their stories to be told correctly, like as proper as I can get them, because that is the justice for them on earth to me, is telling their story correctly and not excusing the church. How many creators have said, oh, Chad and Lori's beliefs, they had nothing to do with latter. You know how many times this happens? Over and over and over again, without doing research, without even knowing any different. They're just copying and pasting. And that becomes problematic.
The knee-jerk apologist movement is not okay when children are dead and dying and being trafficked and being kidnapped. The knee-jerk apologist movement isn't working. You can't do that. So this
who
is
are getting paid by the church
I'm
on the down low.
speaking to my friends and family who are LDS and who are good LDS and who would never do anything as heinous as Lori and Chad did.
Yeah.
You have to look at not just denying that they had anything to do with the church. You have to look at the fact that lives were taken in a really horrible way. Children's lives were taken off of this earth in a really horrible way. And the church hasn't said anything about it ever.
Mm-mm.
They haven't ever come out against Chad and Lori. They never put out a missing poster or announcement or bulletin or news report about JJ and Tylee being missing ever. They never did.
They just post articles saying on Fair Mormon or whatever, saying about Nephi, and that's why John Dehlin does that's the, I believe, the success behind like ex-Mormons like John Dehlin, who create change perhaps by exposing things publicly, and then it's like, oh, all of a sudden the church has like a revelation and shit gets changed, and it's like, oh, but you excommunicated people who were advocating for that, you know. So whatever, there's ways that you have to do things, and in this culture this seems to be the way. It's not ever direct. It's passive aggressive is what it is. And it's
Because then you
never
can
drawing a
try and
line.
control it. Yeah.
The narrative it's got to be the public image, the narrative, how the public sees them. That's what's important to that church, in my opinion. For sure.
Well, that's an extension of trying to be viewed as just another Christian church. Since I was a young teenager, my early teens, the LDS church has been trying to be looked at as just another Christian church.
Mm-hmm. And it's
Like,
not true.
It's not.
That's why they were not that's why they preached basically against crosses, people wearing crosses and stuff. But then yet they're going to wait years later after they're having meetings with the Pope in Rome and building temples in Rome after they called them whores of Babylon. And then, but yet they're all like, all the leaders are, they're buds, they're elites, they're in that club, and we are not. So you can have whatever, no matter what, at the end of the day, whether you're Republican, Democratic, I don't really even know all the things they have for that, but, and whether you're Mormon, Jehovah Witness, a Scientologist, a Baptist, Catholic, it doesn't matter. Okay. They've used these things to control us, to exploit us, to get gain off of us, and to fool us, the joke's on us. And until we realize that, let's just keep casting stones at one another about who's right and who's wrong and who's whatever. Okay. At the end of the day, it's not what it's about. It's about building the new Zion, so to speak, and getting us to have one religion, one government, oneness.
One God.
Like I've read somewhere before that to the point where we will own nothing. We will rent everything, even a Christmas tree. Like, and we're already being tested on, in my opinion, by the algorithm of YouTube, of other social media platforms where you can't say certain words. Who gets offended by words that are said? Ask yourself that. and why they got to be like they're proper words, like they're proper terms. They're used in law, like to prosecute, but yet you can't say these words, or you get socially scored a low social score. You don't get to participate in their program. You don't get to benefit from their program. Or you're going to conform, or you're not going to participate. It's a social grading system already being rolled out and practiced on us. I'm like, here I am. I'm just talking about my family members. I have to say murder. I have to. Like, I'm not going to say it's not a red rum. It's not an unaliving. It's a fucking murder. And it's horrible. Okay. So that's the truth of the victims. Also, they were murdered.
Wasn't that Brian Koberger's defense's motion at one point in time?
It was also Stephen Stearns.
To have them not say the word murder, to not use that, even though the state law says his charges are murder. The defense attorneys say we can't use that in court. We shouldn't be able to use that in court.
Yeah, you can't call me what I'm accused of doing, the act I'm actually accused of doing.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, what? Okay. Like, okay, it's like Gypsy Rose saying that she doesn't identify as a murderer. Well, that's not what the court papers say. Okay? Like, you are a murderer, a convicted murderer. You got parole. And so it doesn't matter what you identify. It's not like an identity thing, like it is, you are who you are. You were convicted of that. That's what happened. You were convicted in a court of law. But she doesn't identify as that. She's been rebranding herself so fast, it ain't even funny. And it seems to be the thing that's done with all these people who belong to this mindset or this group of people. They don't identify, like, they're, I believe, psychopaths. They are doing these things. They are the consumers of the trafficking issue, the trafficking. Okay. They are, I believe, what they project. Like when Tim Ballard says it's the fastest, number one fastest growing criminal organization in America is has the largest consumers of CP. And then I believe that's true, but he's saying it as if he's not part of that. Just like, kind of like Lori when she says, if she was accountable, then she would say sorry, but she's not. But yeah, I don't know. They project, and it's easy to spot now. I didn't know this existed. Like, I didn't realize that people project so many things. And so, especially people who are into the sadism, who get such pleasure out of pain, causing pain, torturing, stripping her children from every comfort and every stability in their orbit. She doesn't see herself as the actual perpetrator. And I'm not going down to the semantics of did she actually kill and or not kill. She did, according to the law. And I hold her even higher in this regard because she is a mother. Her one job is to protect her children. She put them in harm's way and then planned harm and possibly participated in harm. And it reminded me of Adam and Rex's damn AI killer conversations with fucking murderers that are dead. It's like, they don't get it, man. They don't get it. And I hate the fact that they belong to an organization that also contributed to killing their family members. It's like so aggravating.
Did they put out a list of those 10 killers they're going to do AI of?
I hope they stop. But
right?
But I mean, they could do the thing where they can claim that they didn't hear anything about it because, all the comments, they don't show up for some reason. They're not, there's not very many comments calling them out or saying, hey, the other family doesn't like this, maybe, I don't know, but maybe I'm thinking that they could claim that they didn't know. And so, oops, we heard.
It comes down to some tough personal, ethical, professional decisions. Like
An actual compassion.
Right. And
empathizing.
How much do you consider compassion in your monetary decision to monetize your channel, your new channel or podcast or whatever, or mine?
I would support it if it was not going to hurt potential. Oh, for sure. My family members who aren't related to Alex. Okay. And don't see him in the same light. Okay. It's like I can understand being related to Lori and Alex. But can you not bring him back to life because he tortured, my mom walked around with a gun in her house. And I mean, turns out, those were not just made up fears, it was legit fears because Chad and Lori were going to work on Rhonda, and bringing down the Gadianton, so to speak. So this happened in our real life. And over there, we didn't have the luxury of having, oh, well, she's not hurting anybody. We didn't have that luxury. It was just, oh shit, our family's under attack. Oh my God, where are the kids? Oh shit, they're dead. Oh my God. Oh shit. It's just been a whole lot of, oh my God, a war waged without your knowledge.
Right. So if you look at it from the perspective of Adam and Rex, and I have to relate to that somehow because I'm a content creator and I've been covering Lori's trials, and I've been at every single day of the trials, and my subscribership has grown like 300 times. So I went from like less than 1,000 to over 3,000 during our trials.
Yeah.
But also, on the other hand, I cover other cases like London Valdez, like Holly Dasso, like Patricia Wu. And when I do a video on one of those way lesser known cases, I get like 150 to 200 views. But when I do a trial video on Lori, I get 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 views.
And hashtag that using hashtags, then you kind of target your audience a little bit. It helps the algorithm sort that out
Right,
to who's watching what. And then if you say hashtag Charles Vallow, he's a victim, hashtag Tylee and JJ, you don't get as much response from that either. You actually have to praise the killer. You have to put them on your thumbnail. You're not going to get it. And I mean, I'm not doing this for shits and giggles, like I'm not, it needs to be heard, I believe.
And if I do that, if I put those hashtags in my comments before you and I do a live together, then I can get 4,000 viewers instead of 3,000 or 5,000 instead of 3,000. But that gives me more subscribers that will also get to see the next piece that I do on the Kerrville hill country flooding that I'm going to do
and it
tomorrow.
will not get as much attention.
It won't, but there will be more will be more people there if I hadn't have done anything on Lori ever. If I hadn't have done anything on Lori ever, I'd probably still be sitting at like 600 subscribers. And
it's crazy.
It is. It's an oxymoron that I can't figure out.
It's weird, but like just what I said, about how if I put Lori Vallow Daybell in the hashtag, if I put her on the thumbnail and the title, it generates more opportunity for me to reach more people. It like the algorithm doesn't treat everyone equal.
No.
So because I don't conform, I stay in the what do you call that, shadow band kind of place.
Right. So does the algorithm help you, or do you help the algorithm?
I think, well, I mean, they benefit completely because they're providing the platform. They're going to go for target, like the prime. They've got this down to a science. And the church even owns stock in Google. So they are part of this. Okay. They own stock in beneficial life insurance, which is, payouts on life insurance claims. I mean, you got it. Like they own stock in Apple. I have an Apple. They have stock in IBM and Microsoft. It's like, they have real estate portfolios and shit. And it's like, what? It starts to be really crazy, when you start putting these things into perspective, into your everyday life. I bought a bra. My bra broke, right? When I went to your Airbnb to visit you and Trace and Caitlin, and my bra broke. And I was
I'm
like,
a personal witness, but I'm not a personal witness.
Yeah, I didn't see, but he saw, the act. Because I was like, oh my God, or my reaction. And it's uncomfortable.
I saw the
Yeah.
circumstantial evidence, not the direct evidence.
Oh my God. And so I was like, I just know to go to Victoria's Secret. Well, come to find out, that's Lex Wax, whatever his name is. I just messed it up. Whatever. Epstein. That's Epstein shit. He owns this company. So I'm not gonna spend money. This is my last Victoria's Secret bra. And they break anyways, just like they make iPhones with screens that crack. Okay.
You just
like
crushed
they
me.
make
Now
bras that shouldn't snap.
I'm giving up all of my Victoria's Secret bras and panties too, just for the record. I'm giving them all up right now.
Look, I was trying to exhale my smoke there, I couldn't because I didn't want it to hurt. But I was like, oh my God. Anyways, this is how you impact those big people. Okay. You don't give them your subscription. You don't give them your alliance. You don't endorse them. You don't fluff them. You don't empower them. You hit them in the pocket. The bra snap. That was heard around the world. That's what State of Confusion said. It was definitely felt. I'll tell you that. That hurts, man. It really does. If you know, you know.
That's why I don't wear underwear. I will never wear underwear again.
I wish. I wish. I've got permanent indentions, Anyways. Yeah, Victoria's Secret is owned by, is it Les Wexner? That's maybe the name. Or Lex. He's the one that bankrolled, oh my God, Epstein. He owns Victoria's Secret. Abercrombie and Fitch dude, I never remember his name, that was busted for trafficking. He kind of played out. They're old. And I know the secret, but it's one of those things that has been politicized and discredited so many times that people are like, what? I mean, myself included. But again, I'm just like, it makes sense. It explains why Chad would benefit off of killing Melanie Boudreaux's kids, potentially. It's like the driving factor. It's like the unspoken motive, and people aren't ready for it because it's weird, but it's really not. Your intentions are pure, clear. Thanks for your commitment, integrity, consistency. You are not warped and capitalizing like some people. I appreciate you and have for years. Oh, I love you, humanimal.
Appreciate you too.
I've always seen you in the comments, and you speak truth. You do. Like sometimes it's hard to understand in just a small what 200 however many characters or less, but in conversations you get to know people and their personalities, like Bewitched, Trace on the Case, On My Way to 808, Divergent, Sherry Dunn, Just Call Me Kim. Like we all have different personalities. We have our presence, you know. I see you guys across multiple platforms, multiple channels, you know, and I love seeing you guys digging in like different perspectives. You're not just, oh, that's the know all be all, that's the authoritative voice there, I'm only going to go here and get my news from here. I'm all about that too, but it's like I listen to them and then I listen to them and then I listen to everybody, because there's so many ways to look at these things and our minds are so different, and things hit us and we're like, oh crap, I never thought about it that way. And it opens your mind, right? It's not closed down to the talking heads that Judge Bareski talked about. So there you go. I'm just saying, I don't know. Just corruption is wrong, but thank you, you know. Thank you. She really is pure intentions, I believe. Huggy Bear, you too. Boy, I'm telling you, I wish you would come on, because I would love to pick your brain, not in a gross way, but I just want to thump you over and take a like look at all the information and just be like, oh my God. I wish y'all could do that to me too.
Is there a gross way to pick your brain?
I don't know. Yeah, sadistic. I mean, think about people. There's cannibalism out there. Just saying. I remember a long time ago. Do y'all remember Faces of the Dead or something? It was a show. Like, I don't know. I was a kid. I was like, oh Lord. I remember not. That was a little above what I should have seen. You know, like, oh, I shouldn't have seen that. But you know, kind of R-rated. Not ready for the child's mind. But
Like
if you ever
if you remember satellite dishes, my aunt
Yeah.
and uncle had a satellite dish, and I would go over to their house on a Saturday night and watch the movies that you could watch on a satellite dish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Faces of Death, yeah. Okay, so they had these people that were sitting around a table. This is just from memory. I haven't seen it since. But they also had the guy in the electric chair, and they showed that. Then they showed some people sitting around a monkey and whose head was hanging out of a table, and they were like going to actually eat his brains. I mean, this whatever. Okay, I wasn't there. I don't know. But it's just like, whoa. That's pretty bad. Bad Mormon. The church actually sued Heather Gay for using Bad Mormon. And it's like they don't want to be called Mormon. They say it's a victory for Satan, yet they don't want anybody else to profit off of it or to, you know, to use it. So they sue her. They sue someone, an ex-Mormon, who is related to a very influential figure that's in Tim Ballard's success behind Operation Underground Railroad. He invested. He was on, what do you call that when they're no longer, they're like an honorary apostle. What do you call that? They're on emeritus status or something. And that's her family. Heather Gay, her family, or I forget the guy's name, the apostle, something Gay. He was on emeritus status.
Mormon church. You can't say gay with a Mormon church.
I mean, it is what it is. And he was put in the hierarchy. So there you go. Let that, you know, just sit on that for a little bit. Emeritus is what I was thinking. Yeah, Divergent. Tylee was missing parts. Lori's done that sadistic shit. And so it brings me back to, like, why did Lori and Melanie Boudreaux travel to Independence, Missouri, where Audrey Baratario lived? Audrey is a herbologist, by the way. She practices in the dark arts. And was employed by the church too. But so they contact her, and there's this thing in the FOIA docs where it's like a conversation between Melanie and Lori, and they're talking about the beliefs of who's going to be resurrected first and yada, yada, yada. And Jason, I mean, he's just kind of, uh, you know, he pipes in whenever. I'm always looking and searching and researching and studying. Okay. Always. He knows Mormonism. We know. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, babe. I'm so sorry. Like I've exposed him and turned him out basically by researching this. And it's like, he wondered whether or not perhaps maybe Lori brought some of Tylee to Independence with this lot, that's supposed to be the new Zion, where Jesus is going to come back, where they claim Jesus has already been in the Americas. And then they intertwine this with Columbus, the Santa Maria, and the people on the passengers on these ships, okay, is so intertwined with some weird shit. So the founding fathers thing, that is something that these people believe mixed in with their religious beliefs, okay? There was a post that was made by Mike and Nancy James, and it was post murders. And they said, oh, we're just getting back from a Thanksgiving break. And they said something about a Mayflower Compact. And I was like, what? What the hell is that? I Googled it. It brought me to Wikipedia. And I'm like, what? What? What does this have to do with anything? It's just random and odd. And it stuck out like a sore thumb. Another thing that they do is, and I just say they, meaning I say a lot of Mormons do this. They put a lot of things in quotes. Highlight those and look them up, because when they're quoting shit, I'm like, that's the honey right there. That's pay dirt. It brings you to some interesting places. Kind of like the calling and election made sure, and this term, the second comforter, which translates to, hey, you want to see Jesus in the church, in the temple too? You want to become part of this group who sacrifice children as a way to gain entrance into this club? Come on in. That's what's happening. And that was proposed to Melanie Boudreaux by Lori. She asked her, are you willing to give up everything? And Lori has said this herself in her stupid ass interviews. You have to give it up. She said that's what Jesus had propositioned her with. And what did she say? Job 2? I forget all the things she said now. I wish she'd shut up. Anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Were you talking about the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria?
Mm-hmm. Not just a Step Brothers version. It feels like it though, sometimes.
Really?
Oh, it does. When he does that song, Boats and Hoes. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. I can't sing either, Joe.
Why you drinking sangria?
Yeah. Oh my God, yes. You get me. You get me. Oh my God. I love it. Thank you. That's what you were looking up now.
Yep.
It's like,
that was what I was looking up. That was it.
I heard my name, Christopher Columbus style, the Nina Canadian. Right. You go, girl. You go, girl. We see through it, Humanimal. We pick up what you're putting down. Thank God, because we all have weird thumbs sometimes. We get it. We speak the same language. I love that y'all don't, that y'all have no qualms with calling me out on things too. I mean, which needs to be done. Like if I'm saying something totally bass-ass backwards, tell me and let's, it'll make me aware of it. And then I can readjust, educate myself. And it's hard to talk about so many layered things that I had no basis, no basic understanding about, period. And so I've had to like cram a whole lifetime of like researching and learning, into one time period. It's crazy. And then trying to like, I didn't want to scare anybody either, nobody likes the whistleblower. Nobody likes the whistleblower. That's why they get protection usually, but
until they benefit from the whistleblower. So let me
yeah.
tell you a little whistleblower secret story.
Please do.
An employer that I worked for did something that was a little different. When you worked overtime for him, he would take your overtime, and this was back before electronic time cards. So we would write it down every day. There wasn't a time clock. You wrote down what time you came in and what time you left. And if you worked more than 8 hours in a day, he would take your overtime and he would bank it. So
Like,
on a one-to-one basis, you would get to take that time off sometime later in the year or the next year or the next year.
like
But when you work,
accumulating.
yes, right.
Okay.
But when you work overtime, it's not a one-to-one basis. It's 1.5 to 1. So when he fired somebody and that person didn't like being fired, they reported him to the State Department of Wages and Labor. And he had to go back and compensate every single employee that he had shorted. And I was one of those. I got like $5,000 or something.
Oh, hell yeah.
So nobody likes a whistleblower unless you get $5,000 in your checking account.
Yeah, like an oversight, and the IRS all of a sudden owes Barry Cox, I'm just saying. Joking. That was a bad joke.
Just joking. That was distasteful. I can't believe you did that.
I know. I'm so sadistic, I guess. I don't know.
So are you going to share this new lawsuit with us or not? Like,
it's actually just a ruling that came down. Hold on, I'm putting this in the title. I mean, I'm putting this in the chat too, because I do want people to dig into this. I just don't know if I should. So this is KK's Corner investigation, part 2, the confessions that I put earlier, the part 1, the killings. And this is from KPLC News. That's our local news here. They've even covered the trial of Lori. They've interviewed my parents. I mean, I'm just saying, it's this hometown local triple homicide that happened here, and there's corruption galore. And it's making me it made me so uncomfortable last night, because my mind, I started remembering things that I hadn't thought of in I don't know how many years. And I mean, my memory's been bad since, I say bad, I mean, I've been cramming it full of all this Mormon stuff and Lori and Chad's crimes and all this dark shit, and I'm just like, oh my God, here's some murder, a triple murder that happened in my hometown, within 5 miles of my house where I grew up. My grandma, she would literally kick people out of her house if they brought up, the sheriff's name, Wayne McKelvin, and it was contrary to her cognitive dissonance. Okay. Just basically. And I remember that, but it didn't make sense to me then. I didn't understand the world that I live in, and how I didn't understand corruption existed. I didn't understand. I was not aware. And it's like, holy crap, I'm wondering now, and I've kind of wondered this before, running across this triple murder again last night, that, my uncle's plane crashed in 2001. He was allegedly a DEA agent. He was also allegedly worked for AT&T and, anyways, Bell South. And he also had a trucking company. So did my dad, my real dad, my stepdad, Todd's dad. And anyways, it's successful, Ash Management was the name of that. And anyway, so his plane crashed in 2001. He was helping his friend who was a city council member. His name was JJ Johnson. and him and his wife at the time, they were estranged, going through separation or whatever. And but he loved his stepkids, and so she had like a 6-year-old daughter. Anyways, they were in Joplin, Missouri, his wife and her daughter. And the way it was told, the family story, so to speak, was, when I found out my Uncle Earl died in the plane crash, it's like we found out that the reason they went was because the wife did a SOS, told her husband that, who they were estranged at the time. She told him that the little girl had gotten into a diving board incident. And so she was in critical condition. So my Uncle Earl had 2 planes. He had just bought this other plane, hadn't had it fully inspected yet. So he got on it, the pilot was on it. And so was his friend, J.J. Johnson, who was a city councilman. He was doing a favor, my uncle was doing a favor basically. And, but he had also made some really big business deals right before that. So it's like, I'm very uncomfortable. I'm like, oh my God, I know there's something there. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it's going to lead me. And it's uncomfortable. I'm just being real with you. So it turns out the little girl showed up at my uncle's house the next day with her mom, when we're making funeral plans and everything. And she just had a Band-Aid on her chin. So it was an elaborated story meant for, look at me, maybe a desperate attempt to hold her husband, stop the divorce, I guess. And well, anyways, so in total, this woman who cried wolf, basically. Okay. And 7 people died because of this, because they responded to her cries. Her daughter, she had 2 daughters that also died on that plane, in that plane crash. She had a son-in-law that died on that plane crash. And so the son-in-law and daughter also had a son that the woman ended up having to raise too. He had no parents anymore, it just was a bunch of, and she lost her ex-husband, her soon-to-be ex-husband. So it's like, yeah, Carolina actually, she checked me. I'm so glad. Cause I talked about the plane crash before and she went and looked it up. And I'm like, wow, yeah. And I remember finding the newspaper I have, front page where, my uncle and them left. He was just trying to help his buddy, and her family get to the little girl. She was in critical condition, allegedly. They got to the airport and they circled it a couple times and never could get the airport lights to come on. Well, I don't know what that means. I'm not a pilot. So anyways, I want to say one of the engines stopped, and I don't know. I have to go back and read the report again to find out and learn more about this. It's like you take on this whole, I jump in. I jump in. I don't just dabble, I'm not one of these people that's just going to cover a story. I'm on the same story still, covering Lori and Chad. And it's been 6 years now. So, I mean, I dive in and
I just
dig deep.
Just for the
Dabble?
record, I just dabble. I don't go and attend every day of trial.
Yeah, you do.
What?
You do. Yeah, you
What?
did. Mhm.
That's
Allegedly.
pretty tough.
I mean, you
Allegedly.
did become media. You did become media, so you're representing.
Representing
I
But
appreciate people
media-
like you, Joe.
media.
Why'd you go down?
That was the camera.
funny.
That was the
Okay.
out spot.
Okay. I'm like, it looked like you just let the thing down on your chair and it came back up. You did the elevator on me, is what you just did.
Right?
Yeah.
I did
Anyway,
the
so
media
yeah,
elevator.
this story, y'all, is making me, I'm like, oh my God, I feel like there's some nefariousness going on. Or I don't know. You never know. Corruption exists for sure here in this town. And I think it would behoove people to just kind of look locally. And I even thought about maybe starting a segment where we can share local stories. My people who are in my community who want to talk about local things that have happened that they don't understand in their area. Because it's easier for me to talk about your corruption than it is to talk about mine. I'm not trying to get killed. I'm gonna have to toss mine to somebody else because that's I think is smart. Okay. I can't help. It's like the natural researcher in me. Like I can't help but just I want to look. Kinda. I kinda do. But it's a bell you can't unring, you know? It's like, oh shit. And you can't turn your eyes off to it. It's like I forgot about all the local stuff. I have no idea what's going on in my local news. Jason, he kind of keeps me grounded with it. He'll report things to me, you know, and I'm like, oh, okay. I remember when I found out that the lodge here in Lake Charles was rededicating their lodge, and I was like, what? We have a lodge? What? It's been there? Yeah, we also have the Order of the Jesters here too. They actually have a place here in Lake Charles. There's not a whole bunch, but they're definitely in my town. You might want to look that up. It's crazy. Just to be aware. I just want to be aware. I want to know who I'm endorsing. I don't want to have to call my mom and say, "Are we Republican or Democratic?" I mean, isn't that a choice I'm supposed to make? I don't know because I was just not versed in this. I was not educated on this. I hated civics. Hated it. I was actually forced to sit next to my teacher. Like I had to pull my desk up next to his. I was a troublemaker. But anyway, so if anybody wants to dip into those, just it's crazy.
So do you want to hear what Mike Watkiss and
Yes.
Tom Evans had to say to me?
Yes. You talked
This
to them?
was
How's Tom's grandson?
Hmm?
How's Tom's grandson?
I haven't got an update.
Okay.
I do not have an update.
All right. We'll have to find out. Was
yeah.
he on drugs? I don't look, he was a DEA agent. So I know that I remember hearing a story one time that my uncle had like PTSD because he had gone on some kind of sting in South America. And okay, look, I don't know if this is true. So don't hold me to this. Okay. This was the family story that I remember. And so my uncle had to kill the drug lord's son or something, and it was the same age as his son, and that he was being haunted. You know, like he would see the boy when he was trying to PTSD. Okay, like it troubled him that went down, and he had to allegedly kill him. I don't know. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if I'm remembering it right. It was so long ago, and I don't know. I just feel like there's some weird stuff that maybe happened in on the Trahan side of my family. And I'm not trying to bring shade. I just want the truth. This is it affected my life. It affected Todd's life. It affected my childhood. It affected my family, whether they're step or not. You know, like it shaped who I am today. So it's like, and we know it's generational. So it's like, I just want to know. I remember my mom telling me a long time ago that I would not do this if she was still alive, by the way. But she used to tell me that, or I'd hear her say that we're the Cajun Mafia. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, I thought it was funny. Okay. Ha ha ha. And then I'm like, oh, I mean, I don't know. There's some questionable things. I don't represent any kind of mafia. I'm just saying, like, not for it. I'm against it. I'm not, I ain't into that, but it's crazy how these very things are possibly what's going on in Delphi. Without even knowing, like, unless you're going to reflect and say, wait a minute,
I have done deep dives into that in Delphi. And One day I went to drive up from Lafayette to Fort Wayne because Fort Wayne is where
We
Allen
have
County
Lafayette, by
is.
the way. Y'all say Lafayette. We have Lafayette.
Lafayette. You have to say
Indiana.
Lafayette.
That's how you know
Lafayette.
if it's north or south.
Right, exactly.
Foyer,
But
foyer.
I went to drive up to Allen County, Fort Wayne, which is where some transcripts were that I
That's
needed to
interesting.
pick up. And there's a highway that runs between Lafayette and Fort Wayne, and it's called the Hoosier Heartland Corridor, State Road 25. As soon as I got on that highway, a motorcycle passed me, and he had on a motorcyclist vest.
Oh, my ex-fiance used to be in a motorcycle club. And I'm like, oh my God.
It was a Vinlanders vest.
Mm-hmm.
Vinlanders, Odinists, whatever you want to call them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I see.
Those are the third-party suspects in that case that were never allowed in by Judge Fran Gull. She never allowed those in to the trial.
Which I remember this when Rob Wood said ritualistic. I'm sorry. He said that was part of the motive. It was done. How do you say that? Due to their religious beliefs. He included that in the effing indictments, and I was like, oh, there it is. All right, now time to go. I had already done some digging. Yes, there's some very deeply disturbing religious beliefs at the core of this. Okay, but then how can you say that and then not really address it? And then you got to realize that the prosecutor's job is just to convict. They're not there to tell the story. They are in the rules of evidence. Okay, they have to play by the rules. And when that person belongs to the same religion, so it's like, it's very sugar coated. It's very. It was never intended to expose that religion. It was to expose what Lori and Chad did to their religion. And I can see it that way too. But it's also like, I don't understand the things, like it just, because it's deep. It's deep, and it's no attack on Rob or anybody else for that matter. It's just, I question these things and then I get punished for asking things,
Right. Well, that's just like Delphi, because I was there in the courtroom on August 1st, 2024. So almost exactly a year ago, a little over a year ago. And they were doing the third party conspiracy hearing. And Amber Holder, who was Brad Holder's wife, now ex-wife at the time of the hearing, was an Odinist, but she said there's no such thing as an Odinist. We follow the lesser Norse gods, she said. And if you follow the lesser Norse gods, or any of them that are a subsect under Odin, we would never harm a child or a woman, because Odin protects children and women.
The way that's being purported by that person, their practice of it. Just saying.
Right.
But
like
when you
Lori and Chad, exactly like Lori and Chad.
She still follows the prophet, y'all. Okay.
If you're a Mormon, you would never harm a woman or a child. That's what most Mormons would tell you today. If you're a Mormon, you would never unalive somebody like Lori and Chad and Alex did. It's so similar. There are so many similarities. It's, yeah.
Just call me Kim. I didn't know Woods was LDS, so I wrote, but I forgot to tag you. Rob Wood was a bishop in that area. I mean, you would think sometimes it might be a conflict of interest, is what I'm saying. But there's 98% Mormon residents. BYUI is there. It's steeped with this same religious belief. So But then you find out by digging and just listening to people, Mormons, ex-Mormons alike, and you hear the same language, you hear the same things, and you hear how, they believe in multiple probations, which is reincarnation, a form of it, but then they deny it. The official church denies it, but that's not what you're getting from the community that belong to it. You're not getting the same stories. It's not ever black and white, is what I'm saying. It's a scale. It's a sliding scale for sure. It's an umbrella. It goes from one end to the other. And I mean, publicly, some people know what to say and what not to say. Some people know it'll get their temple recommend taken away, or it'll get them, I don't know.
Humanimal, the Vinlanders or Odinists weren't proved there. I was on the highway headed to Delphi behind a motorcycle rider with a vest that said Vinlanders on the back. That proves it for me. That's all I need to know, that the Vinlanders are there in the area. I don't know that they had any involvement in the unaliving of Abby and Libby.
Right.
I know that there are suspicions about it, and there were
incidents.
There was a task force of FBI and local police departments, local police officials that were investigating them as potential third-party suspects.
Wow.
That was never proven, but 2 of those 3 people are no longer viable law enforcement officials, because one of them is dead. Greg Ferenczi was killed. And
what about that lady who was a fire respondent or something, and she died? I just remember, or maybe a state police. I don't remember. It was a lady, and she died. Where'd you go? Come back. Uh-oh. I don't know. I don't know much about that case. Like, I don't know all the details about Delphi. It's just I started really following it right before the trial. And then I remember noticing things like, you see titles, you see thumbnails, you see, other people doing other things, other cases. And I remember seeing the girls' faces, but I had to ask Joe. I was like, I don't know which one's Libby and which one's Abby. Like, I just know their names, and that's really it. Like, I'm invested, and I'm looking at it through.
Libby and Tylee were very similar personalities.
That's something I remember noting too. Anyways, I just kind of looked at it as I was going through Tylee and JJ and Charles and this whole thing, and learning what I was learning in this organization, in this, what do you call it? Structure, this, oh my God, I hate when I lose my word. This system. Okay. But then it's like, I can look at other systems, even my governmental system, and I can note a lot of similarities in the tactics or the way they respond to things, the way they deal with things, the things they say, and how they're not often stuck to. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird. So I look at it from that. And I mean, my thing was like learning that like Trump had, and I mean, Larry loved Trump. I was so fearful of telling Larry that Tim Ballard is connected to Trump heavily, and Lynn Packer had reported that Tim Ballard used, and this is all allegations. Okay. These are all alleged. And that way I don't have to say it every other 2 words. So it was alleged by Lynn Packer that Tim Ballard was in Venezuela, I think, and Haiti. It was women from those two areas, I believe. And Tim Ballard used Tony Robbins' jet. Tony Robbins owns his own island, by the way, too. I mean, just for anybody wanting to know. And so Tim Ballard allegedly used this jet with these women on it who were quote unquote, they were alleged rescues, basically. Okay. But anyways, it gets down to some nitty gritty stuff. But so it was alleged that he used Tony Robbins' plane or jet to bring these women into our country without visas, without any kind of documentation, and that they went on a midnight tour through the White House. Okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. Just telling you what Lynn Packer said, what he reported on. And he brings receipts. So, and then he also did a fake graduation for these women in Utah at the University of Utah. Okay, where they did this whole fake graduation, handed out diplomas, certificates of these illegal, people they trafficked in here, allegedly. And so Lynn Packer tried to get FOIA request or whatever from UVU, University of Utah, and they sent it to him and everything was redacted. Okay. Do you see I'm just saying, like, this is it. And you have to do with what you will with it. I have no loyalty to anybody, I don't. I'm open. I just feel like those in those kind of positions are put there and get there for a reason. There's a lot of things at play here.
I just
Money.
want to let you know I'm hurt.
Why?
You don't have any loyalty to anybody.
Except for you, Joe, and Charlie. Okay.
And just to let you know, JJ is hanging out with Charlie right now until we get it figured out.
Yes. I love that. That's sweet. I've never thought about it like that.
They are hanging out together.
Oh, wow. I did pull that video up of Jason Mao, the one that I did that interview. And
gosh.
I'm going to share the link. No, I'm just going to share the link and people can go look. That way we don't.
You're not going to do
take up
that.
any more of your time.
Not going to do that.
Do what?
What I have up.
Oh, what is it? I'm looking for this other video. What you got?
Jason Mao.
What about Jason Mao?
That's yours. That's not mine. I didn't
Oh,
share
it is
mine.
up. Okay. Okay, well, I'm looking for it. So, of course, I'm not going to see what you have on the damn screen.
Damn it.
I want a wild goose chase, but this is basically how it starts. And then I'll leave the, I don't know how far you want to go into it. Just Jason Mao. July 20th interview with Jason. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Oh, I thought you were saying something when I pushed play. All right. Anyways, I feel old now. I'm a boomer. Wow. July 27th, 2020 at 09:08. Yeah. Investigation. On July 22nd, 2020, I was able to make contact with Jason Mao regarding this investigation. The contact was in an attempt to coordinate an in-person interview. This was to be a joint interview with an agent from the FBI, Chandler Police, and Jason Mao. A date and time were agreed upon, and it was set to take place on July 27, 2020 at 0900 hours. The location would be at his home. On July 27, 2020, shortly after 9 o'clock in the morning, the interview began. Those present consisted of Special Agent Cooper, Jason Mao, and Nikki Mao, and myself. Audio recorders were activated for this interview. The interview took place in front of the residents in respect for the current health practices for the COVID-19 event. Interview with Jason Mao. Summary of audio interview. After introductions were complete, Jason was informed that he was not the target or the subject of the investigation. He was advised that the investigation to a point where he needed to make sure we talked with anybody that could have had useful information in regards to when I say these people, some people like talk completely backwards from what I know, okay, as normal. I have the most difficult time reading it. And this particular investigation report, I had the worst time. So this was an act of God just to get it out. Lori Vallow or Chad Daybell. Jason had expressed that he had been victimized and vilified in social media. He stated that just because Lori was a contributing guest on his podcast, it had come to the point where his business was being affected and wanted posters had been created indicating he was part of the issue. Jason expressed concerns about his name appearing in the report because he felt it would feed into the current harassment he was already experiencing. I explained to Jason that his name was already in the report because of information from phone records. I told him that also know that Jason Mao posted things on Facebook like this was the day after Uncle Charles was murdered. He was looking for anybody that owned a Jeep. Okay. I'm sorry. That was after Brandon. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it was the Jeep with Charles after Tylee was murdered. He was looking for within the same time frame, but within a week, the same week. I want to say it was like September 2nd. She was murdered September 8th or 9th or whatever. And he was looking for a miter saw. Just know that. I mean, these are just things that were people, it stuck out, right? I believe it's in plain sight. Go ahead.
I have other questions. She looks like she's like 20 years younger than him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that his wife?
Yeah, I would love to speak to his ex-wife. I mean, I have pictures of him with Tim Ballard. I have pictures of him with his two kids with McCain. What's his name? I don't know the first. I can't think of it. He's a senator or something. He was Senator McCain.
His head is like 30% bigger than hers.
And he's short. He's so short.
Right? Like
and he went and preached this time to warrior up at Tammy's school.
Yeah.
To the youth. And people are okay with him teaching the youth, writing children's books after all the murders happened. He came out with a
continuing to do so.
a children's book. Yes, on church payroll. I'm just saying he was swabbed for his DNA. And it's like, I want to say in this report, this detective knew Jason Mao from working with him, but he made it known. I want to say it was this one. If not, it's somewhere else in that FOIA that report. One of the detectives knew of Jason Mao.
Well, if his DNA was swabbed and it didn't match, then it's
Did they run it? But they didn't run it. I mean, they didn't. Same thing with, like with Chad.
I don't care whether they ran it or not. I don't want him teaching my children's seminary.
It's no different than Emma Daybell and Garth Daybell, still teaching. Joe Murray still teaching. It's like, oh my God. And if you think about it, they have to report child abuse. They're mandatory reporters, by the way. But they would have to actually claim to know them or know of them. I also was watching Bill Schnoblin or whatever. He was on Sean Atwood's channel today or yesterday. I watched it today. And I've watched him before, Bill Schnoblin. I've read some of the books and everything because he exposes the Freemasonry and the witchcraft, the satanic shit that goes on inside the temple. I mean, he was part of it, and so he's been exposing people like Mitt Romney. And anyways, the church has done a real great job of discrediting exposers, whistleblowers. They get the congregation to not even pay any mind to them because they're just anti-Mormons. And then everybody else, it's like you have to dig for these things, because they're buried in the algorithm thing. That's an actual thing. Like when you go look up LDS abuse, you're going to see like the the sponsored stuff first. You're going to see all that stuff first. You have to go through a couple pages to start even kind of seeing things. And then, I mean, I don't know when that's going to go away. You know, you never know. You never know. Everything's going to be digital, and then things can just go away. Lori had used his name in a message to Charles. The situation was that Charles had told Lori that he would be staying at the house, and Lori responded that a friend of hers named Jason Mao was a police officer and he would make sure Charles did not stay at the house. Jason replied, "That's absolute bullshit." Jason confirmed that he was not an active police officer and did not ever portray himself as one.
What? What?
Yeah.
What?
He's also been in a movie, Joe. Let me dig that up. I gotta dig that
Oh
up.
my God. I've seen
read
this,
this.
but I'm down
There's
for
so
it
much.
again.
We'd have to start a whole new freaking live stream. We've gone way along. I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, just when you start peeling back the layers and the associations and replaying things that were testified to in the show, which I've never really had an opportunity to do, because this case, we've had to move along with, like, there was always the next hearing, the next hearing, the next trial, the next trial, the next trial, the next hearing, the next hearing. It was always at this pace, you know? So you have to kind of keep up with what everybody's interested in, which is the current events, which is what's taking place right now, because everybody's interested, right? I get it. But it's like two different things I need to do. It's like I need to do that too, but I also want to filter all the information that we've already learned in a court of law and then go back and apply it to the interviews, to other things, other correlations that were made as we were in these Facebook groups and we were looking for the children and things that were found out, you know, and just kind of look at it with that kind of lens, with a more, you know, knowledge with
And
court testimonies and shit.
he had that knowledge and he had that lens when he was taken up to Rexburg, Idaho from Phoenix,
No,
Arizona.
he was in Arizona. He was in Arizona. They came to here. They came to there. I mean,
whatever. But it was Rexburg PD that interviewed him, wherever it was. It wasn't Phoenix PD that interviewed him.
Right here.
He knew that. He knew that.
Yep. And actually, he was in Billings, Montana, the weekend that JJ was murdered. And he was, again, I believe that these, like Preparing a People and Time to Warrior Up and Pathway to Zion, all these different kind of platforms that were platforming Chad, Lori, in the same circle, like Rod Meldrum, Mike and Nancy James, all these other people. We have Jody Stoddard, we have Hannah Stoddard, the Joseph Smith Foundation. That's who they belong to. Tim Ballard, Operation Railroad.
What I would call those are fringe groups. So
you call them fringe, I call them front.
Okay.
I call them front. I mean, that's what I was about to say. You know, like that's what I was leading up to. So yeah. There's something at the, like they're presenting an image, but Tylee and JJ's are happening in the background. Imagine if my family had not been Mormon, like had we been Mormon, what would that look like? How much would have been exposed? Okay, because nobody from my family for sure is taking this route. I am. And then I'm not acknowledged by East Idaho News. I'm not acknowledged by other big platforms. You know.
And on the opposite end of that, nobody in the LDS church is acknowledging this problem that they have.
Precisely. Yep. I couldn't say it any better. Nobody
is acknowledging that Tylee and JJ are in danger, in grave danger, and Charles is in grave danger, even though he tells police officers that he is. Nobody is
Yeah.
acknowledging it.
Right. It's like an echo chamber. So you get caught up in it. Now, no, we're not the only families that are not Mormon to get caught up in Mormon bullshit. I know that. But again, they had to be like, they have to take this route too, to know. I believe a lot of family members of people that are murdered in their families find out truths that are shut out. Just be a good little victim, okay? Just be a good little victim. So we can exploit your pain. It sells, okay? We can exploit all that, but we can discredit everything else that led up to it. It's not going to be in a Netflix anything, a Hulu documentary. It's not. It's great. I know, Joe. I'm sorry. And Carolina, you nailed it. Bingo. They took his buccal swabs. Oh, there it went. Hold on. They took his buccal swabs, but failed to enter his DNA, just like they failed to test the blonde hair to Gibb. Yeah. Yeah, and you got to think how Jason Mao and the bishop Gabe Bonilla, who Lori was trying to subpoena, by the way, who dodged being subpoenaed. He avoided her, allegedly, and he's in business with Jason Mao. What do you do? Basically, what do you do when your bishop and perhaps a stake president who issue out temple recommends? What do you do when they are in the same club as you? Just saying. Anyways, and the police that showed up to help Charles, you mean to respond to his cries for help, would be Gilbert. But Chandler had his case once he was murdered, because it happened in Chandler. Whenever he was trying to get help for Lori, Gilbert is where they lived. Gilbert is who responded. That's who gave him advice to go get the 72-hour mandatory hold. He followed their advice. Then they played keep away, just like what Lori did with his phone. They were like, oh, I don't know where that order might have expired. You don't look like a danger to your kids. Okay, asshole. You're not fucking qualified to make that kind of shot. That kind of call. Shot call. That's what I meant to say. Anyways, it's very aggravating because they fell through the cracks. And there's so many, I can almost guarantee that this happens over and over and over and over again. And people get railroaded by this church and the belief system. And actually the money and the influence that it does. When you're almost a triple trillion-dollar church or organization, period, and you have 501c3 non-exempt tax status, you are God. You can play God.
And
Yeah.
the local people at the local level go along with that philosophy.
Mm-hmm. Mormon or not, then you have to wonder, is there a Freemason lodge involved in this too? Or like Boy Scouts of America? Chad was a Eagle Scout. Frank Vandersloot was all about protecting predators. And he said that. He didn't say I'm protecting predators. He was like, I don't like, and he was referring to Adam Steed. Adam Steed was a whistleblower for the Boy Scouts of America scandal. Okay. His family was changing the laws. His family ended up being ex-Mormons because the church shut him out, because they didn't want their kids to be diddled anymore. And they're speaking against it because that's what the church claims to be doing. They claim to be, that's protecting their children, but that is not at all what's going on. Yeah, he got a billboard. He got and paid tens of thousands of dollars to rebuttal what Adam Steed was saying at a press conference or whatever. Okay, him and his parents changed laws in Idaho for statute of limitations and stuff for victims, future victims. And Frank Vandersloot admitted in an interview with Nate Eaton, KIDK is the station that Nate Eaton worked for in 2012, I think, or 2014, somewhere in there. And he said that he bought 5 or so church, 5 stations from Bonneville Communications, which is owned by the church. So you know them so well that Bonneville Communications is where Gordon Bowen worked. I mean, so you just have to kind of like figure these things out. And like, I'm just waiting to see where Frank Vandersloot is connected to Gordon Bowen. Waiting. Haven't found it yet, but it's there. I don't know where it is. But and then that Gordon Bowen is who contacted Vice News and shared that Tim Ballard was not affiliated with them, with Elder Ballard. It was a way, like the church never does this. The church never distances itself from people like Tim, who are giving it a bad name, they think, or Chad, who are giving it a bad name, they think. There you go.
All right.
That's one of them. Oh, and you got to know that Forbes magazine is also owned by one of these elites. Okay. And Ken Krogh worked and writes articles for Forbes. Sorry, my voice.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now
Oh,
at
yes.
Stone's Hyundai.
Hyundai sales event.
0% financing
Oh, yeah. Go and get one now.
2025 Hyundai Palisade or the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Don't wait. Take
No wonder
advantage of
he's
the
Secret
huge savings
Santa.
going on right now
I'm
at
just
Stone's
saying.
Hyundai Pocatello.
Forbes magazine has named Frank Vandersloot as the richest person in Idaho. It's the first time the Melaleuca CEO has been named to the top spot.
Okay, does this not feel gross? If you have
He's
a
interviewed Emmy, so I mean, I don't know how far you want to go with this.
okay, we can go there. But if you have an idealistic vision of Nate Eaton, does this not feel gross? Just a little gross? Talking about who Forbes mentioned as the richest person and
Who is also in business with him, like who also hired him too. And then now I believe Nate owns percentage of said company, allegedly.
I spoke with him about the recognition here at the Riverbend Ranch. So Frank, Forbes came out this week with the most wealthy people in every state. And for the first time, you were number 1 for Idaho.
Sorry, Riverbend Ranch is Riverbend Communications, which is what he named the stations once he bought them from Bonneville Communications. Okay.
Well, we've tried for years to stay off that list. I don't think that lists like that are valid.
What does that freaking mean? We tried for years to stay off that list.
Hey, also know this though, Joe, in that other interview, he says that he never wanted to run for politics. And I believe that the unspoken thing, the message that I got was that I'll just pay for them. Okay. Cause he actually funded Mitt Romney's campaign. Like he was on the chair or seat. I don't know what the hell all that stuff's called, but biggest donor to Mitt Romney. And who was doing those campaigns with Mitt Romney? Oh, yeah, I'm so glad you asked. Elder Ballard. We don't involve ourselves in
politics. I
politics.
don't think they ought to exist. It doesn't. I don't think it says much for our society that we make lists like that. I visited Kenya a few times and these little African safaris, and it was
So what that tells me is I visited like with Tim Ballard or people like that. And if you know what I'm saying,
Maybe there were some trafficking
I didn't
victims
say it. I'm just kind of throwing that down because that's what's going on.
I know. It's crazy talk. That's
Oprah,
totally,
all those people that say that they're not here for the views and the clicks and the notoriety are actually here for the views, clicks, and notoriety. It's all about the public image. In my opinion.
favorite trips I've ever done with my family, and you learn things from some of these cultures. These people,
you learn things from some of these cultures. The slave trade has been going on for hundreds of years.
Have you ever heard about frazzle drip?
Nope.
Okay. I ran across a video one time and I can't believe I saw that. But anyways, after this, I got to show you this other little clip that has OUR branding on something
Thank
that says
you.
that.
I'm still waiting for you to introduce OUR to us. Just saying.
I did.
Saying.
Out there in the Kenya plains, they raise cattle. And that's what it's all about. It's all about cattle. And really how you would measure a man's wealth in that society would be how many cows do you have? But it's really, really inappropriate to ask somebody that. In fact, they will warn you, don't ask.
Are you telling us not to ask?
Exactly. Don't ask. How many little girls you have stashed on that Epstein plane?
It sounds like Trump saying, y'all are still wanting to know about that Epstein tape or the list or whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, asshole, you're the one that volunteered the freaking to expose it. You know, like nobody asked you to do that. You did that. So now you can't. Of course, we're still talking about it, and they're going to continue talking about it until they know otherwise, until they learn that you don't need a list. You don't need them to validate anything that you already know. Okay. You already know in your body, in your soul, you know, you're being lied to. So it's like you have to value what that person is saying in order for it to factor into your belief system. I don't value what the hell they say.
He knows in his eyes. Look at his eyes right now.
Huggy Bear says, so I went in and bought all the cattle. Sloot. Yeah. So I went in and bought radio stations or, stations so I could control the narrative. I went in and did this. I don't do, politics. I don't, what did he just say earlier that we're made us think about? They don't ask. Or you don't ask people, what was it he said? I forget. Like it's the first time I've seen this.
Don't
I don't
ask
know.
how many cows that somebody has, and ask how many cows that somebody has. And no chieftain or nobody would say, I got 17 cows or I got 32 cows, because that would be offensive. That's not how you would measure the stature of a person.
You don't measure the stature of a person by the truth. What do you
By
measure?
offending them by asking questions. You don't offend them by asking questions.
Or speaking the truth, apparently.
Is by what their asset base is. Our society is different.
I get it. But see his hands too? See both their hands? Just saying.
Oh no, you didn't.
I got other pictures where they're doing it too, where Frank is doing it.
Those same principles hold here, that somebody wouldn't say how much stuff I got. I'm only on this list for one reason. That's because I'm a key shareholder in Melaleuca. I am really proud that Forbes magazine, one of the most credible sources of measuring those kinds of things, has placed a value of apparently over $4 billion on Melaleuca, which our team built. I'm proud of the men and women who have joined me over the years and who have built that. I didn't build that, but a lot of people.
I'm about done with this bullshit.
He's just getting started. It's just a time for another day, That way you can go in with a fresh mind. Because I'll pull those other things together too. That's Frank. And that's Frank. Frank. See his hands?
Who is Frank?
Are you okay?
Who is Frank?
Frank the Tank.
Oh, Frank.
Vandersloot. Who are you talking about?
So
you have
we
a
got to
stroke
watch.
while?
Yeah. Okay. I have a thing about Frank, not a thing for Frank, a thing about Frank. Just to be
Frank
clear.
Schmoe.
We should give value to things that have more merit.
There was a time when Vandersloot did not have much money. His attitude toward wealth hasn't changed much since then. Here is a Melaleuca corporate video of Vandersloot from 25 years ago.
Oh, Joe. Hey, Joe. Wait, before he even talks about Melaleuca and the business model, just know Frank says that it is not an MLM. Okay. Now know that.
Somehow I totally believe that. I totally believe that.
There's also stories of some people that are accused. There are 144 people accused in the Hamblin daughters victim statements. Okay. They accuse 144 higher up people in Mormonism. Okay. So just know that two of those people, Joy and what's his name? Gary Lundberg. It's a couple who talk about sex therapy and health, sexual things. And East Idaho News also did like oh my God. They promoted is basically what I'm saying, but they did like a series, I guess, where they shared them, and it was back in 2015, and I was surprised to see that. I was like, oh my God, people that are accused of, and I have to say accused because it can never go through the judicial system because everybody's pointing fingers, everybody's recusing themselves or saying, oh, nope, this is a conflict. And so 30 years now, this case has never made it to court. David Hamblin was arrested and then let go. And then his ex-wife was arrested and then let go. And then they're like, oh, nope, nothing to see here. And then they come at you in your comment section or in your Facebook messages. I mean, I had this happen already and I'm like, I ain't really get into it yet. I haven't really given it the effort that I'd love to, I mean, I would love to tell all these stories and stuff to somebody who can put this shit together into a media form that makes sense, that people would their jaws would be removed. Okay. Like you wouldn't even have one anymore because it would be so far removed. Okay. Because it would drop so far. And then it would make you, it would at least fill in the Mormon pillar of this bigger worldwide mind, this like mind belief, okay, that's going into, that's Diddy, that's Epstein, that's Trump, that's of this big worldwide takeover.
Mind F.
And then to see how Chad Daybell, Julie Rowe, Tom Harrison are just a drop in the bucket of people who benefit and profit off of exploiting information that they know because they're in the club, that they will never tell you because they're in the club, that Lori sacrificed her kids to gain entrance into this club and had proposed this to Melanie Boudreaux so she could be in the club too. And that's why Julie Rowe was preaching about the earthquakes and the Wasatch wake up and all this shit, and they profit off of the fear-based trauma. They know the plan. You don't. Higher law. I know, Humel. Good. I don't think they would do it though, because they own the network. So that's my thing. I'll tell anybody who'll listen.
Right.
And if they can put it into an actual format where you don't have to hear me going, what's that word? Those things. I mean, I can't do it all. I've done the research. I'll continue doing the research and I have an open mind, but this is, and I mean, I make of it what you will. Like, I don't ever because I can't say this is what happened. You know, I can only propose it and say, could this be what happened? Could this? Because there's so many answers that were not filled because of the cover up from the very Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, from Chad Daybell. I mean, I remember looking at Lori at her trial, screaming in my head, going, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we here? How did we get here? Like, I'm screaming this inside my head. I'm in a courtroom, can't scream it out loud. And I'm just like, just
Society.
roll over on them. Just fucking tell what happened. You know, like instead, she'd rather feed her ego and save quote unquote face, I guess. And she has to cling to this. She said it to Melanie Gibb. She said, if I deny it, then denying my soul, you know, my soul would be at stake, is what she told Melanie. And I believe that. I believe wholeheartedly that's what it is. I have them all over in my Canva app. Like my Canva app, if I die, everybody needs to go look at it because I got it in there everywhere. It's just everywhere. I put things together, but I feel so weird sometimes when I go to talk about it and let's say I have one comment that is just like, what? You know, and then it just kind of throws my confidence off. And then I know what I read. I know what I read. I know where I got it. I know where I read it in multiple places, but I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird situation that I was put into, you know? Lori and Chad put me in this situation.
Right.
And then I'm not just a good little victim, so to speak, you know, just be a good little victim. Because where the kids' memorial was held, they sponsored it. They got to my mom because that was one of my, I told my mom, I was like, yeah, as long as I can be, you know, like, don't let East Idaho News air it, you know, like, I didn't say that exactly, but I was just like, let me share it, you know, it's my family too, you know, like I don't understand that. I don't want anybody else exploiting it, you know, I do want to share it though. But it's not me just making money off of it. You know, it's not, oh, you heard it here first. It's not like that. It's my family. Their blood was spilled and it counts and it's not in vain. And I just want to see to that. I want to see this mother effer through, you know? And then, so yeah, that's the one thing that.
So where's that?
Wasn't listened to.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so their memorial was held at a museum, which if you'll learn studying these kind of people that they put really grotesque stuff in their artwork and they trade it, they sell it, they get off on this shit. So the cars on this museum, CARR, and that name is very notable in the Son of Sam and in Charles Manson case, all that shit. And even John Benet Ramsey, somebody named Carr was like, I did it, you know, and they arrested him or was going to arrest. I don't even know. And I'm just like, oh my God, they're all just mudding the waters. That's what they're doing. And it's part of the cover up. It happens over and over and over again. Corruption is the cover up and it covers up all the entire group, the entire underworld, their organization, the occult, whether they be Odinist, whether they be damn Lori and Chad. Okay. They're part of the underbelly of this. And that gets covered up and never gets exposed even for like just the basic human being to be like, to even consider it. Instead, you have like a lynch mob going after people because they're framed as a killer. Or it's so gross. It's the grossest thing. But anyways, just know that the building where that was offered to my family to have Tylee and JJ services was a theater. And uh, I looked into the theater. I looked into it was in Idaho Falls. I can't remember it off the top of my head right now, but I've shared it before. I just don't know when. It was around the time of the memorials during Chad Daybell's trial. And I realized when I went outside to smoke a cigarette that the strip mall where this theater was, where my family was offered this venue, and then I go look on the website and I see East Idaho News is a sponsor of said venue, of said museum, of said theater, and I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know, I just kind of collectively put these things in my mind. Okay, they just kind of stand out. I make a note. And then I went outside to smoke a cigarette and I looked on the front window, and who remodeled it, who paid for the remodeling of this entire strip mall or whatever it is, was Lockheed Martin. And I was just like, oh God, like it's just layer upon layer upon layer. And a victim gets exploited from the moment that they're murdered, they're killed, for sure. And it goes even before that too. Okay, because then they get groomed and then whatever, indoctrinated and put into situations like that. But a victim will get exploited so much. It's unreal, and it's so dehumanizing and exploitative. It's like they continuously sacrifice the victim or victims, and they get off on it. They make money off of it. They are tragedy pimps. They are opportunists. They own the networks. They own they own this platform. They own other platforms where you can say things and you can't say things. Colonial theater sounds right. Huggy Bear. It does. But when I dug in, I had already learned some things from the Process Church of the Final Judgment stuff, because of the interconnectedness of Elder Ballard, how he had invested in the e-meter. Okay. Back in the day, he had invested in e-meter, and that's what Scientologists use to determine whether or not a member has body thetans or whatever, whether they're dark or light. Okay. I'll just tell you that. Anyways, they use it for that. But so M. Russell Ballard invested in creating this e-meter. Okay. It's just one of his many, many kooky, weird ideas. Okay. Get rich quick grifts, the P-scope e-meter. P-scope? So, but then if you think about what the e-meter stands for and what it was promoted to do, and it got a bad name because they bulked it in with energy healers, like this energy work, okay, that Chad Daybell was a part of, that Tammy was certified in, that Julie Rose certified in, the Zalima Pastenes took course. And so that's Dr. Bradley Nelson. He's a chiropractor who just got a word from God of whatever, a warm, fuzzy feeling from God. And then he's like, okay, I must create the body code, the emotion code. But then you find out that Tony Robbins wrote a long ass forward in this book. Tony Robbins, like, he's not Mormon. Like, what the hell? How's he know Dr. Bradley Nelson, this Arizona chiropractor? What? Who taught Zalima, Julie, Chad, Tammy to practice energy healing? The church speaks against it, so to speak. Not really, not directly, not ever directly, but indirectly speak out about it and warn people, when somebody's trying to sell you something. Basically what they're doing is how I look at it. It's like very, I always forget that word. Hypocrite. Very hypocritical to tell people and warn your congregation against buying into people who try to, to do what they're doing, basically. Like only they can exploit you, not everybody else. Okay. But it also benefits them too. They go one, and that's why the church never speaks out about it, because they benefit from it. They're backing it. These are the fronts. They're the back. Do you understand? They're funding these things. Anyways, I don't know how else to explain it. It's very deep. But that's why. It's not because they're going to lose membership. Maybe so. That's logical, but when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, it's because they're benefiting from it, and they need a constant flow of victims. You don't see perpetrators who are pedophiles at a bank. You see them at a school. Okay. You don't see them at a bank. You see them at a school. They go where the supply is there. Supply on demand. And then they just continuously indoctrinate and groom potential victims. Like, these are just future victims of America. FVOA. There you go. I just made that up. It's gross. So, and they use things like the Boy Scouts of America. They use things. I used to be in Girl Scouts. I was a brownie, straight up, in 5th grade. I'm glad I don't do that anymore. And I don't want my children to be in any of that. When Silas approached me, or me and his dad, he was like, "I don't want to go to Boy Scouts." I was like, "Nope." And I was like, "Okay, simmer down. Like, you can't come out strong like that, Like, I know I'm going to be hated, and I'll take it. Like, I will be known as that evil stepmama bitch that didn't let me go to Boy Scouts." Okay. Cause I'm not there. And so I can't watch what's being done. What I've learned about, past behavior is a good indicator of the future. Anyways, Scouts Honor. Right. Yeah. Adam Seed was on Scouts Honor. We need to talk about that next week. The next episode. You're muted, I think.
What? I'm muted?
Yeah, we couldn't hear you chew. It's okay. I'm hungry too. Oh my gosh. So Carolina says the strange people who used to set up their tables outside the grocery stores. Oh, with their e-meters. I remember thinking, what are they doing back then? And now I know they're basically saying you have this in your body, so they're doing this memory. How they say the body keeps a score, but then I look at what they're doing and I'm like, well, what's the damn difference? What they know trauma based business. Just know that. I mean, I remember hearing that President Oaks was like allegedly torturing homosexual students at BYU using shock therapy. But what do I know? I don't go there. I wasn't there.
That's crazy talk. You can't.
Is it though? But then you see him in a picture with Obama and you're like, what? How do y'all know each other? That's so crazy. Such a small world.
We just
and then you know that Art Linkletter is actually one of President Russell Ballard or President Ballard's friends from Disney. That's why I want to know what Randy knows. He worked for Disney and he's in the undertaking, or he was in the undertaking industry. What do you think this is? Like, this is so crazy. And I mean, to know that Janet Russin, or maybe the Russin family I found where the Russin family name, I gotta see if it's tied to Janet Russin, but there's a Russin funeral home right there. Just like there's Levitt funeral homes, just like there's Chad Daybell, and apparently his dad was also a sexton. I mean, Rod Meldrum too. Like, there's a Meldrum crematorium as well. So I don't know. I'm just throwing these things out there. And I mean, if y'all know, please share, because this needs to be connected, because it's huge. How do you go from digging graves? Sorry. I'm putting you to sleep. I could talk for 8 hours straight about this shit and not get it all out. So I've just had to come to a not have those expectations, because it's so frustrating. And if the body does keep the score, no wonder I'm chunky. Okay. It ain't got nowhere to go. I'm going to implode.
Likewise. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah. thank you for just even like having me on here and just like going through these things, these conversations that we have. I know they jump, but it's because it's so much to have to reel in, you know? You can't even wrap your mind around it.
No.
And so whether or not it is actually legitimately tied to my family's murders is in the air. I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying from the fact that my family was murdered, it caused me to look into these things. It triggered me to look into these things. And here I am 6 years later, still looking into these things and still uncovering things. And it's like, whoa, you know, it's really huge. And it's something to at least consider. I wasn't presented with all these things. I had to go dig for them. Yeah, Gene. This emotional code BS has to do with asking your body a question. Yes. And having your thumb and forefinger linked together. Ask a question, pull hard. Yes. It's kind of like a pendulum, if you will. Like if you ask the person a question. Wait, what do they call it? A Christ-centered healing or something like that is what it was considered. That is emotional coding. Wow. Crazy. All right. Go to bed after you eat. Don't fall asleep in your food. If it's not soup, don't drown in your soup.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for spending time with me. Thank you for, let's see, we have Fancy Nancy.
Hey.
And
how are you?
Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
DSN, thank you. Humanimal.
Thank you so very much just for being here and for the conversation, man. I love what y'all bring up too.
Yep, absolutely. And puzzle pieces ×2. Thank you, puzzle pieces. All right, everybody.
Here, share this real quick. Here, real quick. Share this. This is what happened whenever Hector Sosa was writing his community about the pathway to Zion. Don't tell your bishop, don't tell your stake president about multiple probations and I forget the other one, the Church of the Firstborn. Okay, this is what happened. This is how it went down.
What happened, Frank? We took our shifting losses.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. And then the balance, it showed profit. But debt. What the hell?
I thought this is where they're running through. My bad.
I want you to hit
I messed
me,
that
Frank.
up.
Let go, man. I want you to hit me.
Anyways, I wanted it to be, I thought it was the scene where they're running through with the ficus and they're shredding shit and they're like, don't, you know, they're like, abort mission, abort. I've said it so many times, but I did not land the plane.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's not go there.
No, it's not generational. She's not related to me by blood.
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Bye, y'all.
Good night, everybody. Everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you all for the stickers and the super chats.
And just for the conversations.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. Y'all are great.
Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime.